Looks good, I think. Here we go. All right. Okay, so we are back. It is day 2 of our Sun Wukong free-to-play challenge. Sun, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I think that yesterday's event was really fun. I had a lot of fun. I have a lot of excitement about this account. We should catch people up to date on what's going on. You are kicking my butt. It's not even close right now what's going on. I am getting hammered.
It's that kill starter, man.
Yeah. Yeah, could be the kale starter, could be a couple of other things. When you get done with that run, why don't we pop out to the Bastion and take a look? We'll kind of
Yeah.
give everybody a rundown of where we stand. Now, we are basically 24 hours in. I think you're just about over 24 hours maybe, and I'm just behind. Because we had some trouble getting our referrals to count yesterday.
Yeah, probably like another hour or so, and it'll be 24 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know how long we messed around with that, but I think it was too long.
Yeah, it was far too long. But yeah, so what we can see right now is I am account level 24. On my Arbiter missions, I am on Arbiter mission 68, which I have to deal a 500,000 damage to the Demon Lord. And I'm going to be stuck here for a little bit, I think.
I'm a little bit ahead as far as levels, but I'm on the exact same Arbiter mission.
Right. So what's your account?
27 right now.
27. So you're 3 levels ahead. But you can 2-key this mission. Because you got more than 250,000 damage, yeah. So I think with Kale, with the poisons, and with just a little bit of better gear that you've gotten, you can probably 2-key this. I think I can 3-key it, but that means I have to wait an extra 6 hours, or I have to spend gems. Now, as soon as we get to this 76 missions, we get like 300 gems right there, which might be close to enough. Like, depending on what other gems we can get today, might be close enough to buy our first set of masteries. So I don't want to spend 150 gems on an extra clan boss key. So I'm not going to do that.
Pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot. So I'm definitely going to be waiting on that. But one of the things that happened is we both got our novice tournaments. We claimed our speed gear, and you got some very nice pieces, didn't you?
Yeah, I got some pretty solid pieces.
Yeah, let's go show the people your pieces.
Gosh, was it? Well, I got some stuff on Deacon right now, just because I wanted to get that on him for.
Don't show them that. Show them the speed pieces.
Shield set. I'm getting there. Hold on.
No, the speed pieces that he's wearing.
Oh,
yeah.
There's one right here.
Hang on. Let me pull myself out of the way here. In fact, let me just turn myself off.
Gauntlets, not great for him. But the speed boots were pretty good, right?
Speed boots in the speed set, 5-star speed boots he's gotten right away. So yeah, you're in great shape with that. And then what about the gloves? The gauntlets.
The gauntlets are good, not great for Deacon, but
right. So pretty solid in terms of the overall like distribute. Yeah, it would have been nice to have crit rate on that, but pretty good for your damage dealer. But right now you've got a Deacon because of that speed roll in the gauntlet. So how fast is your Deacon right now?
156.
156, pretty solid. And you have a couple of other decent speed items left over, right?
Yeah, I got the weapon, which was all right, and they had some speed substat.
Yep.
Then was the shield.
Yeah.
Has
accuracy on it, so not so bad. So your Deacon's going to get very fast at some point.
Yep. Yeah, we put on the shield set just so I can progress. I think I hit a roadblock yesterday in the evening.
Yeah. We got the shield set onto Deacon Armstrong, and that just chewed through the last 2 chapters of campaign. And then on top of that, you had 2 successful referrals yesterday. And so this morning you did a quick self-referral and got yourself a Jamarsa.
Yep.
And she is almost level 40.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing kind of before the stream while we're editing and getting stuff done and ready to go.
And
Leveling Jamarsa, so she's almost ready at 40.
and you've got her in a relentless set to get extra turns, and so she's going to be your primary healer.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think you're gonna do quite well in that clan boss with that setup that you've got. You also got a level 30 war priest. Yeah, war priest. And then you've got also a Diabolist to give you a little bit more speed boost if you want to go with that. So your clan boss team is looking solid. Yeah, you've gotten to brutal, not brutal. I'm sorry, you've gotten to.
I've actually got 3 Diabolists.
Yeah, you've gotten to 12-3, so you've been farming 12-3 on normal. So yeah, you're cruising right along, man. I think as soon as you pop through this Arbiter mission, you're just gonna take off like a shot, and I'm gonna have trouble keeping up.
Yep, that's what I'm hoping for. So that's gonna be my my first little goal of the stream is get my Jamarsa to 40, and then I'm probably gonna try to get into the Demon Lord, I guess is his name, right? Yeah, Demon Lord.
Yeah.
Try to get that 2 key and hopefully keep moving.
Okay, so now if we take a look at my account, a few levels behind. I am on the same Arbiter mission, but like I said, I'm going to probably take a 3 key there, which is going to be a little bit tricky. If we look at my champion, so I got no referrals yesterday. Obviously, I put the referrals out there. The referral link that I put out there was my main account. I forgot to do it on this account. So I'm going to link this one out there today. Let's do that right now, in fact. Let's go over here. Drop that. Sorry, I got to drop you for a second, son. I need to get my my referrals out there. Let's see. Okay.
Somebody said, imagine his first epic is Geo. Yeah. I think that would crush Cole's spirit so hard because I'm pretty sure you're still looking for a Geomancer even on your main account, right?
I am, yeah. I
Yeah. Team Sun all the way.
am.
Geomancer carry.
Okay, let's see. All right, there we go. Okay. So I've got that referral out there. So hopefully I can pick up my Jamarsa maybe later today. I don't want to have to do 3 self-referrals, although it doesn't take that long. If you are in this situation, you can do 3 self-referrals in maybe an hour and get them all to level 10 and get your Jamarsa. And she's not a super powerful champ, but what she offers, just very quickly, if we look at her, is she gives you this ability, which heals a target ally by 30% of their max HP and fills their turn meter by 30%. So this is really nice when you use it targeted on your starter champion, because your starter champion is going to be taking some hits in clan boss. If you can keep them alive and give them more turn meter, they'll get more hits off. And if it's Kale, that could mean more poisons. And then also, if Jamarsa is tanky enough and doesn't die faster than somebody else, she can also revive all dead allies. So it is an AoE or all ally revive, which is nice. She also even has this passive that gives a 24% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a skill on an ally. It is on a 3-turn cooldown, but that's very cool as well. So you can potentially like get those poisons even on, out there again, or a Deacon Armstrong turn meter or something. So yeah, she's very good early on. I wouldn't run her past level 40, at least not early. I would probably just keep her there. But she's definitely worth getting and putting into your team. Like, I wouldn't feed her. I wouldn't make her a chicken. She's definitely worth having, especially if you don't have a better healer, which you probably won't for quite some time. I think Apothecary. I'm sorry, go ahead.
She's definitely replacing my War Priest.
Right. And you can use her and War Priest in conjunction on Clan Boss and maybe even add more survivability there. So, but eventually you're going to feed your War Priest, right? She's going to become a chicken.
Yep.
And so at that point, you'll still have the Jamarsa to be your healer. Yeah, you can even use that turn meter increase on her heal in arena if you want. Like, that can be a thing that you do. But typically that would be a situation where if you've taken your arena nuker out of speed boots, that's where you would use her. But for right now, we're not going to be doing that. How are you doing on arena, by the way? Where do you stand?
I think so. From my understanding, it seems like raid goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes to like the next tier, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm bronze 4 right now.
Okay, so I've got a little bit of an advantage there. I'm silver 1, but I did some fights this morning. So I don't know if you've done that. Let me say hello.
Yeah, I haven't done any arena yet. I've just been grinding my Jamarsa.
All right.
Also, welcome everybody to the stream.
Yeah, welcome back to the stream. This person's got a Kyoku, which is crazy to have. And I would love a Kyoku. Kyoku, probably. Kyoku, Kyoku. Yeah, an amazing legendary tank. Look at that. She gets block damage on herself for 3 turns, then gets an extra turn. She could maybe solo my team right now. I didn't really pay attention. I picked this fight. Should have.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think I can get her. I just have to beat her on this next turn so she doesn't get the shield up again. There we go. Okay. So yeah, getting into silver arena is nice. Getting silver medals now instead of bronze medals. That'll speed me up a little bit. Now, because I've stalled out on clan boss, or, not that I've stalled out, but I want to get this 500,000 damage. Now, I have 1 key currently. I have 1 key. I have another one coming in 36 minutes. So I'm going to want to use this key in the next 36 minutes so that I don't stop the counter. But I could also say, well, I'm not going to use the key, and I'm going to try to get past the 250,000 point threshold. The problem is, unfortunately, I don't know if this is true for you, Sun. I'm going up against the Force Affinity clan boss, which my starter champion is weak on, right? So I'm the weak affinity right now, which is a big deal. So that's actually hurting me quite a bit. So what I'm hoping to do...
Yeah, I'd have to double check that.
Let's get some... yeah, so what I'm hoping to do maybe is find a poisoner. There is a poisoner. I'm trying to remember. I think it's in the Sacred Order. It's this guy, Outlaw Monk. Now, he would be the right affinity, and he has this ability. He places 2 poison debuffs on the target for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown if you book him. If I could just build him up to 3 stars real quickly, and then get him enough accuracy to land these poisons, that enough might be able to push me over the 250,000 point barrier. So the thing is, he's not farmable. So I could pull mystery shards. I can also look for him in the market because they sell the champions in the market every once in a while. So if I see him in the market, I'll try to buy him. I'm also going to look for speed boots here. Speed. It's not very... Okay. Yeah, and that's where we stand, I think. So Sun is definitely in the lead, and he's going to be pulling away once he gets his Jamarsa up to level 40, goes in there and destroys the clan boss, and I'm going to be stuck here. So in the meantime, what I've decided to do is work on some of these artifact challenges and level up some food, because the other option is potentially I could get my starter champion to 5 stars and then clear these this mission. The only issues with that is I'm not sure if that messes with the Arbiter missions, because there is a point at which you need to upgrade a champion to 5 stars, and I don't know if that's retroactive or not. So I should actually go look, because I think I can look. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that for a second. All right, I gotta take you away. This is our workaround for getting the dual stream going. Sun is streaming in Discord. If you're interested in watching his stream full screen, you can go over to our Discord and become a member. You drop down and he's got his own little streaming channel over there. I will be here on YouTube Live. There is a trade resources with a spreadsheet here. And let's see the spreadsheet. Yeah, the upgrade champions, I don't think that's retroactive.
Ooh, yeah.
So I don't want to necessarily go to 5 stars before I have that mission. So. All right, let's get you back up on the screen. That's not. There you go. There he is. You're just trying to get Jamarsa to 40?
Yep. Yeah, I'll get her to 40. I think I just realized I haven't upgraded her gear yet, so I'll probably do that right after, and then I'm gonna try to see what happens with the Demon Lord.
All right. Let me know when you're going to do it, because I will put you on the big screen. Everybody will get to watch your run.
Yeah, I still don't really know who I'm going to have as my fourth on that. That's kind of the one thing I'm not sure of yet.
Clan Boss is actually 5 champions.
Oh, is it 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You know, it would be your 5 strongest champions basically at this point. When you're starting Clan Boss, that's all you really, you think about. It's like, let me put my 5 strongest champions out there. Obviously, you can choose who your 5 strongest are going to be based on who you level up and who you build out, but you're basically just building, 5 champions. And if you don't have a good 5th, then you just basically take any food champion that is at max level. So if you have somebody sitting at 20 or sitting at 30, and you can throw some 1-star gear on them if you want them to be a little bit more survivable or eke a little bit more of damage out of them, you can just kind of do that. By the way, I'm going to let everybody know the whole no coaching thing has kind of gone out the window already on day one.
A little bit.
And that wasn't my fault. Last night we were playing after the stream ended, and we, went and had dinner, came back, and we were playing. And Sun just started asking questions. You just started asking every question that had like built up over the course of the day, I think. And because we weren't streaming and you didn't have the chat to actually ask the questions from, you just decided to ask me. So that's where you found out about the shield set. And that's where, I started like, all right, well, maybe I should help you out a little bit. And now you're just cruising past me. And I'm like, I think I got to pull back on the coaching a little bit. This guy's going to kick my butt.
I just asked questions that I didn't really have any immediate resource for. So what I mean by that is like no real background knowledge from maybe editing videos or stuff that I've seen from other creators, like just kind of like the weird minutia details of the game that are kind of just a little bit esoteric, I want to say. But yeah, also it's, sometimes you hit a roadblock and you're just sitting there bashing your head against it and you go, well, I mean,
what do I do next? That was the question.
I got to figure out something.
What do I do next? You're trying to make it sound better than it was, I think, Brad. It was pretty much just like you hit a roadblock. And well, honestly, it was funny.
I got through the first few on my own without too many issues.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
that push definitely, the shield set definitely helped.
The shield set was huge.
Going from there, yeah.
But the really funny thing to me last night was that you got your 1,000 points in your novice tournament. You went and got your speed gear. You were having trouble even getting the speed gear because it was glitching out a little bit.
Yeah.
You got the speed gear, and I was like, okay, like open it and show me on the stream. And so you were opening it, and I was like, yes. And then I was like, no. And then I was like, yes. And you were like, what's going on? And I was like, you got speed boots in the speed set. And you're like, is that good? I was like, yes, that is so good. And really, like that was, I think, the other big thing is your Deacon jumped up from like, it was like in the low 120s or something to like 156.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
I think it was like 100.
Was it
the 50s? Yeah.
Yeah. So you you ended up getting like 40 something speed. Out of like a little bit, just adding the speed set and then getting the few, the 1 speed substat and the speed boots. And all of a sudden it was just like Deacon is way fast, and you need him faster than Kale, right? Like that's the whole point, is to get that debuff out there anyway. And by the way, when you use that on Clan Boss, you may want to manual him because Deacon might want to open with his turn meter, but you want to open with your weaken if you can, just to make sure that every single bit of damage comes out.
Yeah, that's my plan. I'm probably gonna manual the Clan Boss.
Yeah. Oh, and that was the other thing. Like, I got you to, you were banging your head against Fire Knight. Was that during the stream? No, that was after the stream, right?
I believe I might have tried it during, and I was kind of getting my butt handed to me.
Yeah. And so that's it.
But then we talked about it afterwards and
right.
try manualing it, and
right.
That's what made the difference.
And that's the big piece of advice that like I'd have for anybody out there who's struggling with getting past some of these missions is take the fights off auto. You can generally do a better job than the AI. Not every time. It might take you a few tries. But once you learn how to manual the fights, once you learn how to manual the fights, you're going to be able to push past stuff. And I actually put that in the video this morning. We put out a new video, 11 more tips and tricks, just based on what we experienced yesterday. It was like, hey, I forgot all of these great things. Let's throw those back onto another video. So we put that out this morning. So if you want to watch that, you can watch that as well. But yeah, so let me see. First of all, we got a whole bunch of viewers in here. Let me go see the chat. Great Dane. Hey guys. Hey, hello. Brian, hello. How you doing? Mr. Fudan, hello. Yeah, Team Red. All right. JOT, hello. Tomas, hello. All right. So we've got a bunch of people. I've never fed an epic until very recently. Would recommend holding on to every epic just for Guardians. I hold on to every epic up until I fill my Guardians. And then I want to make sure I have one copy of every epic. And then I will either feed the rest or turn them into books, which is always a nice little thing. In less than 24 hours, I made Kale 5-star and I'm farming hard 12-3. That's awesome, Brian. So you have been playing a lot, and good for you. That's awesome. Do show us the mastery for Deacon. I don't have any masteries for Deacon just yet. I think we just have the one support mastery for the accuracy.
Yeah, I think I put 1 or 2 points into him.
How you level your gear to 12 when you're not 25? That's a good question. Actually, let me show you that. So if we go in here for the gear, so let's say I had a piece of gear that I wanted to level up past 8, right? If you go to upgrade and it says, you upgrade to level 12 unlocks at 25. This is confusing. This is just the auto leveler. You can manually upgrade this past level 8. So all I have to do is go over here and try to upgrade and it'll go. So you can't auto level past, like auto upgrade past level 8, but you can manually upgrade past level 8. It is a silly mechanic. They should completely remove it. It is not friendly at all, but it used to be worse. You used to have to manual all the time. They didn't even have any autos. So I guess when they added it, they thought it was, an improvement, which it was. Let's see, what else have we got here? He got a Deacon already. Yes, Ed, he got the Deacon from the Superpowers promo code. So if you start off a new account, you can get the Deacon. I'm sorry you don't have one after 3+ years. That's really depressing. Deacon's a great champion.
Great.
Let's see, who else? Jeffrey, hello. Just stumbled across your video the other day and it was really helpful, so thanks. Appreciate how you make videos for the average player and not pay to win players. You are very welcome. I like to think I make videos for every player. And that is inclusive of free-to-play players. Obviously, I am a free-to-play player. Sun is a free-to-play player now, and we always want to put out videos with that idea in mind. But the great thing about that is everything that works for a free-to-play player also works for a payer, right? Like if you're a paying player, if you spend money, if you're a spender, that's up to you. That's your choice. But you still want to get the most for your dollar, right? Like if you spend $50, you don't want to just say, oh, I can just throw another $50 at it. You want to say, hey, let me get the most value out of this $50. So not only should you look for the best packs to buy or the best, like $50 to spend, like where you're going to get your resources. But then when you get your resources, you want to stretch those out as much as possible. And that is the free to play mentality, right? Is get as much as you can for what you've got. So while I appreciate the compliment, and yes, I will continue to make videos for free to play players, I really think that, the video should be helpful to everybody.
So,
yeah.
even noobs like me.
Even noobs like you, right? Okay. So yeah, thanks for showing up. And welcome to the stream. And I hope you enjoy. And I'll continue to check in with chat every once in a while. I need a third monitor. I only have two, and I've got an OBS and a Discord, and I've got 2 accounts I'm trying to run simultaneously. So there's a lot going on here. But I will occasionally jump back and forth into the chat. So if you have a question, feel free to put it there. Also, if you want to ask a question of Sun, you can put it into the Discord chat. So if you come over to our Discord, he is streaming live there, and you can go talk to him directly.
Yep, I've also got an eye on the YouTube chat, so I'll see you guys.
Okay. Oh my god, that was a lot of talking. All right, now I gotta get some gauntlets from the sewers. All right, one more set of gauntlets. So my whole goal right now is to just farm up food and keep completing these challenges in the hopes that I can. I don't know what my hopes are. I just get more power for the clan boss. That's what it is. Like even if I'm using food champions at level 40, that would give me a little bit more damage. Okay, that should be enough there.
Yeah, and I just had a thought. So I have 3 Diabolists.
Yeah.
I can feed the 2 others to my 1 Diabolist for
books.
skills. Yeah, right?
Sure, you could.
I'm just trying to think if that's more worth it than turning them into food. Because they're 3 stars already. Is it 40?
Is there a question in
gosh. Well, yeah, the question is should I just turn them into food?
there? They're food.
I think that's probably what I'm going to do.
They are chickens. Yeah. They are 3-star. Every time you get a 3-star rare to drop from campaign, for the first chunk of time, for at least the first week, they're food.
Well, I'm going to keep 1 Diabolist, you know?
Yeah, and you can build a Diabolist up to like level 40 and then get some value out of her and then eventually turn her into a 5-star chicken. That's a really good way to go with her. She's going to help you in the faction crypt. She's going to help you. Like she's a turn meter booster. I think she's got a speed buff too, doesn't she? So, or she decreases enemy turn meter. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, let me go look at her. I think she might have both. Increased speed. Yeah, she has increased speed on the A2 as an AoE. She has turn meter fill and decreased turn meter of enemy allies. And then she has this A1 that's pretty trash. But she's fast at 110. I didn't know that she was that fast. I thought she was like 105. But she's really fast. You could put her in your clan boss team at level 40. So if you wanted, your five champion team could be Kale, Deacon, obviously Deacon lead, Kale, Jamarsa, War Priest, and Diabolist. All your damage would be coming from Kale, but basically you've got 4 champions either keeping Kale alive or making him go faster or getting cooldowns on his skills, you know, and so it's just like get as many poisons out there as you can. You could potentially, if you had everybody at 4 stars pretty well built, you might be able to 1-key it if it's not a strong affinity against you. You know, so as long as it's not force affinity, you might have a chance at actually 1-keying that. Not that you need to, because what else are you going to use your keys for? But you're already kicking my butt.
Yeah. It feels good.
It feels good, does it? Let me drink the rest of my tea before it gets too cold. This is one of my prized possessions. My wife made this mug for me on our, I think it was our 6-month anniversary. It's either that or Christmas. First year we were together.
Oh.
Yeah, it's very cute, right? She thinks that's Godzilla. She never saw Godzilla before, and she wanted to make me a Godzilla mug, so we had a little inside joke. So she thought that was Godzilla.
That's a good point, Bryce. Yeah. I do farm it a lot.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to upgrade my gear to level 8 on Jamarsa. I might as well almost go straight to 12.
Yeah, let's show your stream. Your stream's gonna be more interesting than mine for a while. I'm just gonna be farming.
Well, I'm thinking I should probably just upgrade my. Well, not these crappy pieces. These are there just because I needed something for the set.
If your goal is to if your goal for Jamarsa is for her to keep Kale alive, then you need her to be as tanky as possible. So right now you are leveling up an attack percentage gauntlet, right?
Yeah, I know. It's not ideal, but
yeah, but you can just go into campaign and farm. If you want that set, you can farm that set, or you could look in the life set. Like you have a 3. Go back up. Go back up. Scroll back up. Look at those 3-star gloves right there. What do those look like? Those are flat HP.
Yeah,
that's not bad. There's 3 stars. You know, so that might give you more survivability. What about the boots? Are the boots speed?
they're HP percent.
Which is not bad. But do you have speed boots in any other set? Here, let me get out of the way again. People can see. So, yeah, if you had speed boots there, that would be good. And then, you know, if you want to match that set, you can do that. Or, yeah, it's really up to you. But remember, you can always farm campaign for a particular piece. Like if you just need a glove, you could go in there and say, I'm going to farm this 15 times and see if I get the right glove to. You know.
That's true.
But you could also go with what you got. Yeah, that's going to give you some nice survivability.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide if I should just go straight to 12. I mean, I think so. If I'm going to try to do as good as I can on the boss guy.
Probably, and you're probably going to keep those relentless. You're going to keep that relentless set for a while. So you may as well run it at 12 rather than 8. Wonder if there's a place on the screen we can put me which would be better. Maybe down in the right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner.
I think you're fine where you are.
Oh.
Neither or.
Oops. What just happened?
Yeah, 2 rolls into HP for that. That's not bad. I'm just gonna take these.
Now I'm looking into the corner though. I need to look. I need to flip my camera. Just for everybody's.
Staring off to the distance.
There we go. Now when I look over there, I'm actually looking over. That's weird. It's weird for me because now I know I'm not mirrored the right way anymore. So yeah.
Speed boots on.
If you ever do like a stream or if you ever film yourself for a YouTube video or something, you have to make the decision about whether or not when you're looking at yourself in the monitor, whether you're going to flip yourself so you look like you're looking in a mirror or you're not. And if you do look like you're looking in a mirror, anything you have like written on your t-shirt or something is going to be flipped and it's going to be in reverse. But then when you raise your right hand, it's going to look like you raise your right hand, you know, like that. Otherwise, if you're not mirrored, when you raise your right hand, it looks like you raise your left hand, and that can mess with your brain if you're a visual person like I am, where like I'm orienting myself based on the picture I'm looking at. It's a little bit of a weird, you know, like everybody's got to figure it out for themselves, but it's a little bit of a weird thing at first when you're like, you know, I look over at the screen and now I'm actually turning the opposite way that I'm turning.
That would drive me absolutely nuts. I would lose my mind.
Yeah, it's a little bit wonky. But it's also funny because my wife tells me that when she watches my videos, it's strange for her because I'm mirrored in my videos. And so my face looks reversed to her. You know, like she knows my face very well, obviously. And so she's like, yeah, your speech, like the way you move your mouth is reversed now. So it looks like you're talking out of the wrong side of your mouth. I'm like, I don't know what to say about that. I can't do anything for you there. But yeah, so it's a little bit of a weird thing. Hey, Liam, how you doing? We're doing well. Yeah, we're doing well. Adam, welcome. I agree. HP gloves and speed boots. That sounds good. I think we both have lifesteal going. I don't think either of us are missing out on the lifesteal right
now. Yeah, I've got lifesteal in my Kale.
Yeah.
I think I have it on Sniper just because she was dying a lot.
I'll actually show this for a second. So yeah, here on, you can see I actually did farm. I got some 3-star. Really, this was the best lifesteal gauntlet I could get out of after farming like 30 runs. And then I got a helmet, again, just 3 stars, but it did roll into speed. Defense is not so bad. At least this was flat attack with some attack percentage and crit rate percentage on the... Actually, these 3 substats are excellent. I just randomly got them when I leveled it up to 12, so not too bad. I could use a ring, though. I could definitely use a ring. I put my ring on Deacon.
Oof.
So I might have to switch. I might have to switch that over. Don't. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it.
What?
Your dog.
My dog? What?
Never mind.
I was gonna say in my novice tournament, the guy that was behind me yesterday just jumped up 1,000 points over me.
Yeah. He probably like got his starter to 5-star or something and all of a sudden pushed all of the dungeons, you know?
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna try the Demon Lord guy.
All right. So yeah, let's watch your stream then.
Oh, I can claim a novice chest. Cool.
You got a chest from yesterday's fight. Nice. What am I trying to do? I'm still trying to do challenges.
Easy. I just got my second key. So you're saying Deacon should be the lead rather than Kale? Kale gives health.
Your call.
Well, okay, but the speed, I guess, maybe would give me additional turns.
Yeah, it's additional turns versus just a flat health boost. And if you're getting heals, this is like the MMO min-max, right? Think about when you're running your tank. Like, or when you're creating a healer, like, do you want to pump out more heals faster, or do you want to pump out fewer heals but make them bigger? Right? And it depends on the situation. Like, it's not just a one answer. You know what I mean? It's like not the same answer every time. So it really depends on your team composition. And what you could do, and remember the trick I told you about with Clan Boss? If you don't like the key, you can force quit the game and it won't accept the key. But you have to do it before it like finishes, before it registers. So you can try it one way, see how well you do. And if you don't, if you don't hit the threshold you want, you can like quit it out, try it the other way, see if that's any better. And you could also like try the key 4 or 5 times, see if you get a little bit luckier RNG. Maybe you land, more of the decreased defenses from Deacon versus, a different run. But you also have the weak affinity, which is unfortunate. The good news is that other than Diabolus, nobody else on your team is weak affinity. So you actually have 2 strong affinities, 1 neutral, and then 2 weaks.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We'll give it a shot. And now this is where things are going to slow down. I have to sit here and read and remember what all of these do.
That's important.
Okay, so we're going to do the decrease defense. Got him.
Nice.
I guess this is better. I don't know.
Nice. You landed both poisons. That's what you wanted. Be very quiet. Son is thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
No questions, please.
All the questions.
I feel like what I should do right now is start answering questions loudly. Let's see. Let's talk to the stream. Let's see chat here.
Yeah, go for it.
Triple crit rate roll for Sun. Did he get a triple crit rate? I wasn't looking.
Maybe.
What's a good build for Rector Drath? Hey, cooking. So a good build for Rector Drath is speed, and defensive stats. I mean, really, you don't need much on her other than keep her alive as long as possible. She doesn't really, you don't need to worry about her attack. If you're trying to land that decreased attack on her A1, you want some accuracy, and you'll have to know what fight you're going into. You could definitely go with like a relentless set. You could definitely go with if you wanted to, reduce her cooldowns, you could go with reflex. But I would say like, 2 sets of speed, 1 of perception, maybe that would be really good. And then go HP percentage on either the chest or the gauntlet, and then go defense percentage on either the chest or the gauntlet. So, like try to get 1 of each. Yeah. Make her fast. You want her to go before the enemy does so you can get the perfect veil up to get the damage mitigation. That's it. That's the build. You could use any set. You could literally use any set. Triple crit rate on his helmet, on his relentless helmet for Jamarsa. So he'll have to hold on to that because that's not useful for Jamarsa. Yeah, no problem, Cookie. How you doing over there, son? You still got poisons up. That's good.
I'm doing a thing, I think.
The other thing that is hurting me here is that every time I start talking to chat or start paying attention to what you're doing, I'm not playing and you're getting further away from me.
True.
I'm constantly being distracted. I also have another account I have to play. I am not built for this right now, apparently. I gotta get back. I gotta get my my multi account mentality back. I used to play many accounts simultaneously. I need to get back to that. You are up to 143,000 damage. That's where I maxed out on my key, and you're only on turn 2.
Yeah, I still need to get 100,000 more though.
Yes, you
At
do.
least. My Diabolus is gonna die, but
yeah. What did you build her in, by the way? Do you remember the set you put on her?
Did I build her?
Oh, you didn't build her at all?
Question. I didn't even think about it.
Well, if you don't get your damage, that's what you can go and check her first. You want her fast and survivable, just like we were talking about with Rector Drath. Like, 3 speed sets, but all defensive stats. And even 1-star and 2-star gear is better than having her naked,
Yeah, that's true. 7 turns on that revive. I'm gonna save that revive.
Got an itchy nose.
Ow.
Can always edit that out of a YouTube video. I can't edit it out. It's like I'd have to turn my screen off every 3 minutes so I could itch my nose.
You can. You mean I can?
When I say I can edit it out, I said you. Did I say you can? I don't know what I said. It can be edited out of a video. Okay. I can also pause while I'm recording to do that if I need to. So I can edit it out, or I can leave it in and just let you watch me itch my nose.
Yeah.
Which I sometimes do just for fun. I'll just stare at the screen and scratch my nose. I'll be like, this is for you, son. Hey, 3-star chicken. Skullsworn. That's awesome. I need more of those.
Oh, big yikes right now.
You're at 313. Like I said, I think you can 1-key this, which is going to be insane because you're going against the strong affinity. But as long as you keep landing your poisons, if you weak hit and don't land your poisons, you're going to end up probably coming up just shy.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna see. Oh, he stunned my kale.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. No cleanse right now. You do have a spirit host somewhere in the back of your squad, like on your roster somewhere. And she would be a cleanser that you could bring in here. She also gives you an increase damage,
Oh,
increase
oh.
attack. Dude, I think you're gonna get it. I think you're gonna get it. You're gonna one key this. I'm gonna be so ticked off. I'm gonna be like, oh, damn it. I'm gonna be like 6 hours behind you by the end of the day. Everybody watching with bated breath. They can't even see what skills you choose until they see the animations because I'm blocking that. Maybe I should put myself.
That's why I'm like, I'm not sure why you put yourself down there, but we'll see.
Well, I don't want to cover the debuff bar. I don't want to cover the damage either. All right, I'm gonna put myself all the way up here. Now people can see the damage and the skills you choose and the debuff bar and your champions and you and the boss. How to join clan? It depends what you're asking there. If you're asking how do you join one of our clans, you need to join our Discord. The link is in the description of this video. It's also on the main YouTube channel. You go to the Discord and there is a section called Noob versus Pro, a category in the Discord. And under that, you'll find a clan application. You fill that out. We will assign you to a clan. And then as soon as you are assigned, you can apply in-game to the clan that we've assigned you to and then get into the clan there. Sounds more complicated than it is. If you're already a member of the Discord, just fill out the application. The application's really easy. It takes like a minute. But we just wanted to make sure that we were distributing, you know, the clan members based on sort of experience and account level and stuff like that. That's why we don't just let people, you know, jump into clans randomly. Cover the middle of the clan boss belly. I could do that. They just put me there. And now all of the attacks are literally hitting me. That's what's going on right now. There we go. You can't stop me. Can't get me.
Oh, I'm so close.
Ow!
But he might destroy my team.
Oh. Yeah, I got you.
No! Oh, I got it!
You got it! You got it! One key! Oof. One key! Oh.
Okay.
I was the good luck charm, I think.
Yeah, definitely. That's what did it. 500k in one run. All right.
Oops, that's the wrong account. Where am I? Here I am.
Whew.
I'm gonna put myself back in the lower corner now.
All right. Well,
see if
now
this is better.
I can keep going.
All right. So congratulations, man. That was huge.
Yeah, thank you.
And see, that's what manualing can do sometimes. It's like just lets you choose. And even if you were about to fail that, one of the things you can do if you're manualing is as long as you don't activate the boss's turn, you know, as long as you're on one of your champion's turns, you can be like, I'm not going to get there. You can just stop, force quit because it's not in auto battle. If it's in auto battle, you know, you might not stop it in time.
Yeah.
Because it's just, you know, it's just auto like selecting. So that's another advantage of like, if you're going to be close, you might want to manual it. Hard scale. All right. What are you looking at now? You're staring at the screen lovingly?
Yes.
Just admiring how well you did on that mission? Chat. You're just taunting me. You're just leaving it up there. You're not collecting it. You're like, I don't need this.
Just
like, look how easy it was. I'm going to ignore it and do it later. Yeah.
Jamarsa did save the day. That's
she
for
did.
Sure.
She was definitely strong.
Dragon Slayer stage 3 or higher.
Okay. I'm going back.
What stage have I gotten to?
Let's see. How many? I haven't been paying attention. Did we get 5? We did. Okay. That's nice. This will get me another book. Upgrade an artifact to level 4 or higher. 3. Oh, this is 12 artifacts to level 4 or higher. Let's get that book as well. I should have some artifacts for somebody. All right, let's see what Skullsworn does. I don't ever use him. Dual hitter, that would be good in Fire Knight. Increase speed on this champion. Counterattack on this champion. Yeah, I mean, I could put him in a toxic set if I had one, but that's not particularly good. All right, let's see. We gotta level up some gear. Those are all 12. I could take these to 12. That would be... Do I have cash? I don't even know if I have cash. 450. That's not a lot. Well, let's...
Oh, I did the dragon. Cool. I'm trying to help Sap. He said that he already put in an application, but I don't see him anywhere. And I don't see him in the Discord, so I'm assuming his name is something else. Or I'm blind.
Yeah, if you've put an application in... If you put an application in before like 9 a.m. this morning, our time, so more than 3 hours ago, say, then it's already been processed and everybody's been assigned. If you've put it in since then, it probably won't get processed for a little bit. Because we're streaming right now. So, but we will get you in as soon as the stream ends. If that's what you've done.
Yep, Sap. It looks like you were assigned to Coles, so you should have access to Team Colred under Noob versus Pro, and that will have all the instructions to join said clan.
I just burned through 150,000 silver to get this. Come on, Player M.
What are you doing? You wasting money?
Yeah, I'm just burning through silver.
You're going broke over there. What's going on? Woof. It's looking rough.
This is stupid. That was 230,000 silver to take this 3-star piece from level 8 to level 12. That is just absurd.
Oh, I've done that just for a single level.
That is just stupid. It's stupid. I mean, you know, I think about this sometimes. I'm like, what would happen if Plarium completely removed every silver cost in the game? Just like got rid of the resource and everything that cost silver was now free. What would happen? Like, would they lose money? And the answer is no. They wouldn't lose money. Because nobody buys silver with cash. Right? Nobody's like, oh, I need a whole bunch of silver, and they go out and buy silver packs. Sometimes they might buy like gems, and then the gems go into the shop, and then they go and they buy silver like that way. Maybe. But in general, like people they just farm silver. They'd rather get energy and then go farm silver, and then you're getting like experience and everything for it. So if you just removed the silver costs from the game, people would just be happy. All of your players would be happy, and everybody would be like, this game is so cool and so chill and so fun, because half the stuff that we hate in the game has to do with silver. Like the vault, you go into your vault and you're like, oh man, I need more space in my vault. What can I do? And you're like, oh, well, I can spend silver on it. Well, what about the reserve vault? Yeah, I can spend silver on that too. Well, what about just making my roster bigger? Well, sure, silver. You know, I want to upgrade a champion. Well, that costs silver. I want to promote a champion. Well, that costs silver. I want to fuse a champion. I just got a great champion for free. I want to fuse the champion. You go to fuse it. That costs silver. Take gear off, costs silver. Put gear on. Well, you can do that for free. But if you want to level it up, that's silver. Like, what the hell? Just get rid of all the silver costs. It will reduce the amount of time I spend in the game by like an hour every day, at least. It'll save me an hour because I won't have to roll up, you know, all the silver stuff, and it'll just make people happier.
Feels like you got a real silver chip on your shoulder, man.
I do. I hate the silver in this game. I mean, there's some things in this game. I mean, you know me. You've known me for a long time. I hate what I call anti-fun mechanics. Anti-fun is like a thing that developers build into the games to try to entice you to like spend for the convenience that the original game already should have had. You know, it's like if you just make your game fun and have good features, people will want to play it and they will be happy to give you money on cool things in it. Like if there were I mean, there are 800 champions in this game. Imagine if every champion in this game had 3 skins. That's 2,400 skins. You know how many people would buy one of every skin? I mean, make them $10, make them $5. People would buy hundreds of skins and you would make tons of money instead of trying to nickel and dime us. Like I'm never going to give you money for silver. I will never do it. I will happily buy 5 skins for my favorite champion. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it will allow me to still be free to play because I bought no competitive advantage. Like that's still free to play for me. And I get to, you know, financially support the game that I'm playing that I want to be successful. Like just stop with the anti-fun. You don't have to do it. That's not the way to make money in gaming.
Do it.
Of course, I've never made a game and Raid makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But I think I'm right. But I think I'm right. I'm so right about this. I am right about this.
Maybe you're right from a player perspective, and they're right on a making money perspective.
There's more than one way to make money, right? Like you can be a business
ripping off old people.
But think about it. Like you can be a business that builds a reputation for honesty and customer service and quality of your product, and you can do well there. Or you can sell really chintzy stuff at really cheap prices and it breaks a lot and then people have to come back and replace it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, all right, so you make less money per item, but you're selling a lot more items because you're selling bad stuff. It's like, but nobody's going to be happy shopping at your store. Like nobody's going to come to your store and be like, yeah, I really love coming to this store. They're going to be like, I can't believe I have to come back here and buy this thing for the 3rd time because it's broke again in the last 6 months. You know, but they might do it because they need it. You know, and it's like, so I would rather have the first attitude, right? Like, give me a great game, give me high quality, give me good customer service, like pay attention to the community, listen to your players, and we will stay and play and give you money. Or you can nickel and dime us until we get so frustrated we rage quit and tell all of our friends that we're never coming back and get them to rage quit. You know, it's like, and it feels like Plarium sometimes wants to be the first thing. Like every once in a while they do something really friendly and you're like, oh wow, they're moving in the right direction. And then like 5 minutes later they do 3 of the other things and you're like, oh yeah. Yeah, I that's just the way it works.
They just got to remind you.
I'm going to have to talk to chat in just a second because I'm sure people want to respond to all that long rant of, but I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm still not doing this. I'm doing challenges. Oh, I have to upgrade artifacts, but I don't have any silver. Cleared stage 4 of the spider's den. I have to get to that eventually. All right, so I need to do this.
That clan boss done.
Yeah, I do need to get that clan boss done because you're just getting further and further ahead. I've kind of given up on the idea of catching you in the first couple of days. Like, wait till we get Wukong. Let's see what happens after day 7, right?
Yeah.
I think once we start, like, once you have to like figure out how to get in the gold arena. Once you have to figure out how to do like, you know, Nightmare Clan boss, that's where I'm going to start to catch up to you regardless of, you know, the luck of the draw. Although you're doing well, like you clearly are doing really well for a second day player here. You have figured a lot of things out. Obviously, you've watched some videos of a good content creator, I think, or something. Cole is the noob now. That's the first. I go to chat and this is what I find. Adam here. Cole is the noob now.
I was waiting for you to see that.
Wasn't it 12 artifacts to level 4, not 4 artifacts to level 12? You're right, David. It was. I should be doing that. That's not so hard. But in fact, if you look at it, it's more, right? It's so you bring him up to, no, you're right. I could just do 12 to 4. So that should be easy. In fact, let's go do that. Before I even talk to chat, now that I feel silly about it, I got all distracted again. Let's just level some stuff up to 4. 1-star gear is the cheapest, so this should cost us a few thousand silver. And 4s are automatic. Although I could, I don't know if I should spread this around because I don't know what should probably find some decent ones to level. Yeah, let's do that. Let's find some at least decent stats to level up to 4 in case I need to throw them on a trash champion for a run later on. Got a double dip. Got a double. All right, I'm going back to chat. So let's see. Cole is the noob now. I feel like the noob now. They feel like they have to build in some impediments in order to make progression feel fulfilling. That is actually true, right? If the game is too easy, then it's not fulfilling. So there need to be impediments, but you don't need to like make artificial impediments that are just about convenience. You can create challenge instead of obstacle, right? Like, so anti-fun is when you do something that players hate simply for the sake of them like having to get past something they hate and then getting relief at getting past it. Or you can give players something that is difficult, that's something that is, complex, something that is interesting and thought-provoking, and it takes them a while to figure out. And then when they figure it out, they don't just feel like they've overcome an obstacle, they feel like they've achieved, right? And that's the whole difference. I mean, and Raid is great in that respect. They give us a lot of interesting challenges to overcome and feel achievement from, but they also give us a lot of inconvenient obstacles just for the sake of throwing obstacles in our path. Playing Eternal Evolution showed me that having too many free things had me burning through it and eventually getting bored. I played it as well. I know what you're talking about. I do think that part of that is the scaling that happens early on in game. Sometimes the early game is so easy that when you get to the hard part, it feels like, well, there's no way I get past this without paying. And that's not true. It's just that they made it too easy, got you too far too fast, and then they threw an obstacle in your way and you get stalled out. So I think that's also bad. Tomas says, I think one thing that I will give Plarium, even though silver is a pain, is it's good that the resource that you get everywhere is actually useful. That is true. So silver is the most common resource. You get it in almost every fight, and then you can use it everywhere. So they don't make you jump through hoops for like 50 different resources. There are only a few resources in the game. Zerky says, removing silver completely would make the optimal play to have like 5 to 10 armor sets and constantly remove and re-equip them every time you want to do something different. Possibly. I think there's enough variation in the game, and I also think you could build in a different mechanic that would make it valuable to farm additional sets. Whether that's like deconstructing sets and as opposed to selling them and getting like a material you can use to upgrade other sets. I mean, there's so much RNG in the sets as it is. You could also bind sets to champions, right? So it's like you could just say, yeah, you get a lot. You can level it up for free, but once you put it on a champion, that's the only champion that can use it. Some people don't like that mechanic, and that's understandable. So being able to rebuild is, I don't like it when you have to destroy it when you remove it, but you could have like inventory for each champion. There are a lot of different ways to get around it. And, when I was ranting about removing silver completely, I'm also okay with them just making it a little bit easier. Like reduce the costs by 80%, or 60%. Like reduce the costs significantly and just make it easier so that like I'm always operating with the minimum amount of silver and I'm always spending time in the game just acquiring silver. That's most of the like grindy part of the game. Other than gaining experience, you're just trying to gain silver, right? So like make that easier. Just make it easier. We'll still spend it. If you tripled our income, we would still spend it all, so. Jody says somebody should make us short and tag player CEO. He should see this, making players' lives hell. Yeah, that's the thing. Anti-fun is the enemy. It should be the enemy for game developers. Challenge should not. You know, like obstacles that have value are good. Challenge is good. But inconvenience for the sake of like trying to get me to reach for my wallet just pisses me off. It doesn't make me reach for my wallet. It makes me mad at you. You know what happened yesterday in the stream, and Sun can attest to this. We tried like 3 times to get our referrals to work, and they weren't working. And what he said at the time was, if I weren't on a stream right now, if I weren't playing this for a purpose, like having this much failure this early in the game, I would just quit and I would never come back to it. Right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, pretty much right on the nose.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's the whole thing about, like, why are you making it inconvenient? Like, let people self-refer. Who cares? That will make your players happy. And it's not going to reduce the number of players they refer to the game. It'll actually increase the number of players they refer to the game because it's going to be easier to accomplish. So remove every bar to entry that you can, rather than say, oh, some people are going to cheat the system and that's really problematic. It's like, it's not problematic. Like, let people self-refer 6 times to get those things, and they will, you know, and they'll be really happy that they did it. Or they'll refer friends and you'll still get referrals, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, Tomas, I mean, there are so many different systems, and all you have to do is look around at all the different games, and you'll find different systems for how resources work, right? And that's one of the things about this game that is so frustrating, which is that it doesn't feel like they have modern practices. Like, there are games, even in the genre, that do things a lot better. But because this game is so well constructed from a tactical standpoint and from an animation standpoint, it just has the biggest draw, right? So if they could just look around at the other games in the space and pick a few things from every game and be like, oh, I want to take this from this game, this from this game, they could make this game a lot more friendlier. Their player retention would be higher. Their new player retention would be higher. The community would be happier. And if the community was happier, they would push the game on their friends more. Like, other than Sun, I don't ask people to play this game because it's too frustrating. Most people, get into gacha games and they're like, this is awful. Why did you ask me to come play this game? It's like, well, he said
different.
well, you said no for like over a year before you said yes, and I think the only reason
longer than that.
Yeah, I think right. But I think the only reason you said yes is because you've been editing the videos and you've caught the bug a little bit, and you're like, I want to try out Clan Boss. I want to try out, Arena.
Yeah, exactly.
I need 6 more of these things. So, do we have any speed? Yeah, let's get some. Let's upgrade this to 4. You see my speed gear. I got 1 piece with the speed substat, and it was my boots. All my other pieces don't have any speed substats.
None at all?
No. And on boots, you want speed substat as not speed substat. You want speed main stat, but you can't have main stat and substat on the same piece. So I got hosed. I've got 1 piece with accuracy on it. It's like literally awful pieces. After watching you get all those pieces, I was like, oh, maybe I'll get some good pieces. And then I got them and I was like, nope. That's just a pure miss. But that's okay. That's okay. It's a long game. It lasts a long time, and I've got plenty of time to catch up.
Yep, exactly.
I just got to keep telling myself that.
Okay, so this should count, right? Does.
Exile says 2 times everything going to be tempting for you guys this weekend. What's going on this weekend? Have I missed something?
2 times on all the shard thingies.
Is it 2 times every shard? I thought it was just 2 times sacreds this weekend.
Well, I think it's like Somebody in my clan said something. It'll be 2 times Sacreds on Friday, 2 times Voids on Saturday, 2 times Ancients on Sunday.
Okay. Then we have to focus on getting shards this week. That is a big deal.
Pretty freaking sweet.
Man, even... This is so frustrating. Yeah, so we can get void shards from campaign. I think I don't think we'll get the sacred from campaign because you have to get all the way. Well, maybe we could. What day is today? Today is Wednesday. Right? So voids are on Saturday. So sacreds are on what is Sacred's Friday? What it said?
Something like that. I can't see it anymore. I'm upgrading gear.
So ancients, we're gonna get a bunch of ancients. We should have like 10 ancients or so by this weekend. I don't even want to pull shards. Like I really don't want to focus on shards.
Well, if it's a 2 times event, that's a good time to pull them, no?
I literally just did all this stuff. You need a 3-star of each. It is a good time to pull, but the whole point of like pulling is to get champions to like grow your roster. And I'm not at the point where I want to grow my roster. I'm just at the point where I want to get my first 6-star. You know?
That's true. But I want to grow my roster so I could stare at them.
Yeah.
And not do anything with them. He's
Absolutely.
there. He's on the bench. Gosh, they are milking me for all the silver under the sun here.
Yep. So are you just pushing through missions now?
Yep.
How many new missions have you gotten done since the clan boss?
2, 3, maybe 4.
I'm going to be falling behind. I think the next time we do a new noob versus pro like card with the fighter guys, we should switch the heads.
Oh, put you on the noob side.
Don't put me on the noob side. You can be the pro.
All right. I dig it.
Oh, nice. That is going to be helpful. Greater Spirit Potion. And we can start to upgrade Deacon Armstrong. If I could get my Deacon ascended to 3 stars, that would be an incredible power boost. And that would help me out in Clan Boss. That would help me out in Arena. That would help me out in all the dungeons. Because that's when he gets his free turn mechanic. Liam Davis said, I'm 3 months in. I managed to do Newt and Emic, but the only reason I struggled was with silver. Well, that's impressive. And as a free-to-play player, I don't know, Liam, are you free-to-play or are you a spender? Because if you did that as a free-to-play player, that's very impressive to get Emic after, what, a month in the game? 2 months in the game, maybe? Or I'm sorry, Newt. Newt was first.
Oh, it's not a... I goofed. Don't mind me.
I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to put people in here who could get XP. That was a goof as well. I buy Forge and Gem passes only. Okay. Yeah, so that's, not a huge spend. That's kind of like a subscription, right? So you're a subscriber spender, which I actually respect. I kind of think if the game was more built around subscriptions, I would be more for the monetization of it. But yeah, I think that's a reasonable way to spend money in a game like this, in a gacha game, is buy the passes. Buy the monthly pass at $10, buy an occasional season pass at whatever. I don't know what that costs. Probably another $10. And And yeah, that's a good way to do it.
What do you think, Cole? Is Diabolist a good person to bring up to 40?
Yes, absolutely. I would not waste books on her though. I wouldn't waste the other Diabolists, you know.
Well, I was going to use the other Diabolist
to level her up, or I mean, promote her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. Remember, we were talking about this yesterday. Are you getting distracted by bringing her up to 40, or are you going to use her at 40 and turn her into a 5-star chicken? So, like,
well, I have to bring 4 champs to 40, so it's the mission. Plus, I would then just use her.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So then she's a good choice because you're going to get value out of her at 40. Is she your last one? She's the last one you need to bring up to 40, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I would do that. And then you're going to have her built and you can use her everywhere. And then when you need a 5-star chicken to level your starter up to 6 stars, you feed her. And then you can rebuild her, by the way. Like after you feed her and use her as a chicken, you can start another one, you know? Diabolist is very good in faction crypts. So she's definitely worth working on.
Yeah, whatever. Just go. Oh, but now I gotta actually still level her to 40. Didn't think about that.
Yes, you still have to level her to 40.
Back to the grind.
It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, one of the things that you're also going to want to do at some point is start pushing the hard level of campaign. You know, you could even probably start that now. And so you could just throw her on that team. And, yeah. Again, you know, you always want to double, triple dip, right? Like, so you think, well, it's more efficient to get XP at 12.3. But if you're staying at 12.3 normal, you're never pushing the hard campaign. So you're never going to get to 12.3 hard campaign, where it's more efficient than 12.3 normal campaign. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, the question is always, how much time do you spend pushing versus how much time do you spend farming where you are? And if you can do both, if you can push and farm, you know, for a while. And then the other thing is, like, on the way up to 12.3 hard, you're going to pass chapter 6 where you can get speed boots or, you know, speed gear, and chapter 8 where you can get lifesteal gear, and they're going to be of a higher rarity than what you currently can farm, you know?
Yeah.
So my main account is languishing right now. It's so mad at me. Like every 10 minutes, I run like one Fire Knight dungeon. Let's see. I play a lot and hoard resources. I'm hitting Ultra Nightmare, so easier for me. Yes, that's also true. Yeah, it is impressive to get a... Okay, so Forge Pass is $20. The Gem Pass is $10. All right. So basically, it's not... I think the... How long does the Forge Pass last? It lasts... Does it last 4 weeks? No, it's less than that, right? It's 25. It's like 3 weeks. 3 weeks. It might be a month. I almost got Arbiter on day 70. That's very good. That's half as fast as I've ever done it, or twice as fast as I've ever done it. Half the time. So $30 a month. That's not too. That's not crazy, right? Like, that's reasonable. Especially because it's on 2 different subscriptions. I mean, an MMO typically is what, $15 a month, so. Clear stage 4 of the Spider's Den. I haven't even cleared stage 1 of the Spider's Den. Let's go in there and see if we can do that. It would be nice to get a ring for my Athel.
Somebody's asking what the promo code is for Wukong where you get a free 5-star chicken.
Yes, that is actually, I don't think it's the Wukong code. It's the Ultimate Death Knight code. And it is UDKB Day. So BDAY. UDKBDAY. And I think that's the 5-star chicken.
Speaking of which, we should be able to get another promo code in now.
Yeah,
we?
Thanks for asking that question. I was going to let him wonder about it for a couple of hours while I caught up. But yeah. Yeah, I was going to use my promo code and then let him be like, oh, wait, I could use a promo code too. Yeah.
What promo code are you using?
I don't know. There's a video on it. Some content creator that, I don't know, he's a really handsome bald man. He
Yeah, well, I would have to go back and watch that video during the stream, so I remember the code.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do that.
Oh, jeez.
You know what's useful is I have a little document. Oh crap. Yeah, there are a lot of promo codes. I honestly don't know which one I'm going to pick next because I don't know which ones only work for the first 72 hours. Some of them only work for like the very first couple of days. And then some of them work for like the first week or first month or like first 30 levels or something, 25 levels. But if you're looking for promo codes, Hell Hades keeps a list. Ash also has the channel. So you can go find promo codes pretty easily. But that was, I don't know if that was close. Ooh, Barbarian Ring. Okay. But it wasn't necessarily quick.
Good evening, Kate. You missed me one keying the clan boss arbiter mission.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is pretty fancy.
And he was weak affinity, and he still got one key on it. Well, not technically one key on the boss. You didn't one key the boss. You one keyed the mission.
Well, the mission that I needed.
Yeah, you one keyed the mission. Because the boss to one key, you need like 2.5 million or something. I forget what easy level of clan boss is.
Yeah, definitely didn't get that. But I got the mission done.
You did. My Deacon's just tanking up these spiderlings like nothing. He's like, nah, I got it. I'm good.
Yeah, that's another thing I need to do. I need to get in the... I'm just going to keep pushing campaign until I can't go anymore, and then I'm going to hit arena, I think. I also got to do all the dungeons and stuff. So many things to do.
Yep. Oh, there goes Deke. This could be bad. I mean, the good news is they'll probably kill everybody before my starter champion. I don't think I'm going to get past level 2. I think I'll get level 2. I'll just eke out level 2, but I don't think I could get level 3. Depends on the affinity. I don't remember what affinity stage 3 is. So we'll have to see here. But we should be able to get this out. I think we have it. Ah, he healed. She healed. And now we don't have our drop defense. Right, if she heals too much, then that's going to be a problem. Forgot it. It's so strange when you have like an end game team and you build it, and like I know the fight for the end game team, and then I forget about the mechanics for the early game team because I'm like, I crush this. I know how to do this, but it's an entirely different thing when you're just going with your first team. I might not even get past level 2. I know she can't eat spiderlings this round, I don't think. I was paying attention. Nope, she did. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's just end that there. That was painful.
Oh, I don't have.
So I could just bring in these two. He's not built. Back to sewers of Ark. I need 3-star drops from sewers. Okay. All right. You are also in sewers of Arnok?
Yeah, I'm doing the whatever the next step up from normal is.
Oh, nice. You are in hard campaign?
Yeah.
Nice.
And I'm also trying to farm experience at the same time, so.
Right, I need a 3-star drop here. That's what it told me. Let's look at chat and see what people are saying. UDKB day. Yeah. Somebody got Lydia in 150 days. Apparently the world record is like 100. It's under 100 days. It's like 90 something. I mean, maybe I misremember that, but I just talked about that with somebody recently, and I'm pretty sure it's very fast. But maybe it is. Maybe it was like 150 days. Kate, how you doing, Kate? Have you missed anything? You've missed a lot. But basically the upshot is Sun is crushing me. So your clan is very proud of its leader right now.
Team Sun.
He's wrecking me. He just got into hard campaign. He 1-keyed the 500,000 damage on the clan boss. And yeah, that's what's going on. And you got Coffin Smasher from a mystery shard. So congratulations. That's good. That's nice. Yeah, Tomas, it can be tough. That stage 4 spider challenge. Like, as soon as you get the right champion, oh, I got my 3-star drop. As soon as you get the right champion, it becomes so easy and you just fly past it and you're like, why was I stuck for so long? It's because it's very hard when you don't have the right champion. Yeah. just put together a team and pray. Hope the RNG gods are with you. Hey, I got another 3-star. That's nice.
It's the get good gods.
The get good gods. That's your nickname, son. You're the get good god. It's either that or you're the get good guy.
No, the substats.
The substats. Well, that's like your slogan.
Yeah,
but your name is you're the get good guy.
I've got the substats, man.
I've got the substats. It's all about the substats. Oh my gosh, it really is. It is all about the substats.
I banned it.
Two-piece drop. Or 2-star drop, not 2-piece drop. All right, we're just farming poor. I feel differently about this campaign now that I've watched the Call of the Arbiter series. Like, all of the lizardmen have been like forced into the bowels of this city where they're like second class citizens, and now I walk down into their home and murder them because I need really crap gear. Because the arbiter is sending me back. She's like, go get more gear. And I'm like, but I'm just killing these poor innocent lizardmen. They're like, yeah, we only need one of them. We just need Yizzo. The rest don't matter. I'm like, what's wrong with you, Arbiter? And she's like, go get more gear. I'm like,
no mercy.
It doesn't feel right. It feels really wrong.
For the greater good.
It's for the greater good. It's like, aren't we trying to save the lizard people? It's like, yeah, we want to save them. But first, in order to save them, we have to use them as fodder in order to get strong. We have to get good off of the lizardmen. It's really very different. I used to think like, I don't know what I used to think, but I used to not care so much. I never understood why lizards were in the sewer, but I didn't really worry myself about it. I was like, whatever. Lizards are in the sewer, I guess. It makes me think of like those stories from like back in the 80s when you heard about like, oh yeah, somebody got a pet alligator and then flushed it down the toilet and then it grew to like monstrous sizes in the sewers and it still lives down there and attacks people and eats dogs. It's like, all right, so there are lizards in the sewer. They probably were all pets once and got flushed.
sound reasoning.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
it doesn't make a lot of
million
sense.
people,
It doesn't make a lot of
million
sense.
people just flushing lizards down.
Right? Just yeah. I mean, there's an endless wave of the lizards down. No, I
Every
assume
single one.
they've started a colony and they're reproducing on their own. These are not all flushed lizards. Like, you know,
No, every last one of them.
it's like, no, every single lizard that's ever been flushed is just like the same sex and they can't reproduce down here. It's like, no, of course they started, you know, they started making baby lizards and now they're taking over the place.
Ah, man, that's their version of the stork. They hear a toilet flush.
new baby pops. Yizzo was drawing that on the wall of his prison cell.
Yeah, another lamb to the slaughter for our champions.
The toilet goddess brings us another lizardman. That's just, we've gone down a strange rabbit hole with that one. If you haven't watched the Call of the Arbiter series, by the way, it's worth it. It's like, there are problems with it. It's not perfect. But the episodes are only 6 minutes, and after the first few, they get a lot better.
Yeah, it was still a good watch.
I'm kind of afraid to look at chat right now.
I'm dying, the toilet goddess. Yeah.
What is the guild name, and are there any more openings? Yes, Steven. But what you need to do is you need to go to our Discord. So you need to sign up for our Discord community. And then once you are a member of the Discord community, there is a section called Noob versus Pro, a category. And under that category, you will see... What am I going to do? It's live. Under that category, you will see clan application section. Just fill out the clan application. We'll process it, and we'll get you into a clan as soon as we can. There are like 7 or 8 spots left, I think. So we're filling up. But yeah, if you're interested, just fill out the application, and we'd love to get you in there. Colred execute order 66. I don't know what that means. Well, I mean, I know what order 66 is, but I don't know why I'm executing it. Snow King finally cracked 5 million on easy Hydra, the area I put the least amount of work into. Well, that's good. I mean, get your Mithrala fragments, you know? Turtles in the sewers, mutants apparently. Apparently teenagers as well. Damn those pesky teenagers. I'm dying, the toilet goddess, the sewer people. Yes. Yeah, Yizzo was crafting a portrait to the toilet goddess who delivers baby lizard men in the night. Sometimes I wonder why we do this. Why do we do this? I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun, but it's yeah. I don't mean this. I don't mean why do we stream. I mean, why do we get into these conversations?
You get into these
yeah,
weird
that's what I mean. When I say, why do we do this?
I don't know, man. This is just what happens. This is
We've been doing this forever.
Yeah.
All right, I need to start upgrading some food or something. That's wow. Okay, this is going to get a little tricky. I don't really have the silver to expand my thing. Let's go here. Let's look at the, let's move that over. Let's move that over. Ah, darn it.
Man kills a boss. He's solo farming the hard mode.
We got 100 mystery shards here. Let's get maybe a free rare. That'd be nice. Or are they going to just straight up give me... Yeah, they gave me 1 uncommon. All right.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
You should just...
Go on, finish that sentence.
You know how to finish that sentence.
I know how to finish that sentence.
I'm not going to finish that sentence on stream. But you know exactly how to finish that sentence.
A little cyanide and happiness.
Hmm. So let's see how we're doing here. 3 to level 20, 3 to rank 3 on a campaign. Okay, so we're almost there. I think we're still in the dungeons. No, we're in the artifacts. Should not be taking this energy. That's annoying. But I'm probably going to clear all this before I run out of energy. So we're up to shields. 3-star shields. Okay. Three-star shields. Yeah, that worked. What does it say here? Annual hard Hydra while watching you both. Currently at 30 million on set. Beat my personal best. 60 million. Good for you. Not a fan of the clash rewards or damage needed for the chest tiers. Yeah, the clash rewards are interesting because there's definitely some manipulation, like some calculations you have to do about like, is it better to use your best team on the easiest mode of Hydra so you get the highest multipliers on the highest damage? Or is it better to make sure that you can get 3 keys, like you can do 3 damage levels or 3 difficulty levels rather, and get some, you know, for each. Like if you use your best team on the easiest level, then you can't use your best team on the higher level. So, you know, trying to figure that out is different for each person. But if you just use your strongest team on the lowest level, at least you'll probably qualify for, you know, some reward once you get to the point where like if you can clear brutal, like if you can 1-key brutal and you put your brutal team on normal, you're going to get, you know, 100 million or 50 million or whatever, you know. But I think anything that makes Hydra more interesting is a good thing because not a lot of people really were interested in Hydra before. Not that I shouldn't say not a lot of people. I would say fewer people were interested in Hydra because of the difficulty and sort of the complexity of it than they were for like regular clan boss, right? And so this is another reason to get in there. And I think the choice to make it a clan event was really good because it makes you want to interact with your clan more. It gives you more reason to like coordinate together and talk strategy. It also will compel people who like don't want to let their clanmates down to actually get into Hydra and learn about it. So I think all of those choices were good. Plus, it's additional rewards, right? It's more free stuff in this game, which is great. The downside of it is Hydra is already a huge time investment. So they've like slowed down our ability to get through the game in a regular day of playing, right? We have to invest more hours in playing now in order to do the Hydra clan boss. And I wish we were going the other way. I wish we were going the way to like spend fewer hours in the day playing raid. Because on my main account, you know, I can play it actively for about 2 to 3 hours a day and do pretty well. But then I'm also passively playing for like another 2 or 3 hours in the background. And that's a lot of hours to like have to worry about where my phone is and, you know, is it charged and is it running an auto battle or is it not? I would love to be able to play this game in 3 hours and then put it down and not worry about it for 24 hours. That'd be nice.
Ooh, lifesteal is good.
Mithrala is amazing. Total goddess. Kate, I agree with you. I don't know if you saw my video on Cardiel, but in that, I went to Hell Hades' website, and if you pull up his tier list, there are only 2 champions in the game who have perfect 5s in every category. One is Cardiel, and the other is Mithrala. I own Cardiel, and I've gotten Mithrala on my main account, and I would say they are both... I do consider them like universally useful. You can use them in every fight. Not that they're optimal for every fight, but they are valuable in every fight, you know. So sometimes it's like, oh, I have a better champion for that. Sometimes, but usually not. I do get into a situation every once in a while with Mithrala where like I wish I had an extra slot in the squad just for another champion where it's like I can either put Mithrala here who's going to be great, or I can put like a huge damage dealer which I could also use. I'm going to put Mithrala in, but it's going to be slow. But I'll win 100% of the time. I'll win. You know, so it's like kind of get into that situation.
All right, Cole, you take over for a minute. I'm going to refill my drink of stuff.
Sounds good. Take over, he says. I've been doing nothing but talking for the last 20 minutes. Like,
yeah, you know, you got to take the full brunt of the force now.
Right.
No comedic relief for me.
I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. This is actually kind of a decent piece. I don't want to spend silver in the shop right now. I really don't. I want this ancient shard badly, but it would be 50 gems, which I don't want to spend either right now. Not that normally that wouldn't be worth it, but until I get my first 800 gems, keep doing this. Shouldn't be picking that up. All right, chest plate, boots. Oof. Okay, chest plate and boots. You need a 3-star chest plate. I just feel like if the clan wins, you should all get something, even if you put up the least points. Yeah, that makes sense, No King. If the artifacts were universal, it would be worth changing up. Being faction-based on top of random means it could be months till you get something worthwhile. I agree, Bryce. I don't think that would be the way to go if you remove silver. I think you'd probably be better off with some kind of bind on equip thing, or maybe silver just as a removal cost. I don't like silver as a removal cost. I wish there was a different mechanic for it. You know, maybe like a reforge mechanic or something. I mean, it just makes more sense logically to think, hey, I can put armor on, I can take it off. Why am I paying to take it off? Like, who am I paying? Where's that silver going? They're my clothes. They're my armor. I'm putting them in a bag. Do I have to pay somebody to hold the bag? You know, like, what's going on? So I just like being able to swap armor completely freely. Now, if you want to say, hey, the armor is custom built to me and somebody else can't wear it because they would have to like reforge it to use it, that makes some sense logically, and that could be a silver cost where it's like if it's bound to me and somebody else wants to use it, they have to pay to reforge it so they can put it on. That's friendly, right? Because you can still take it on and put it on, take it off. You can also send it to somebody else and they can use it, but there's a little bit of a reforge cost. I'd be okay with that. Saw that Ved, never had Cardiel, a big regret. I think, yeah, I get that. Like, I wish we could get access to all of the great champions, but obviously they want us to pay for that. There are some champions out there I would really love to try. I would love a Yumiko. Like, since she launched, I've wanted her. She's been my #1 champion. And then a Krizia launched, and I was like, holy cow, I want one of those. I've always wanted a Krisk. I want a Duchess. I still don't have a Duchess. I still don't have a Prince Kaimar. I need a Prince Kaimar on my main account. So. Open shop fully. It's the first thing I do on new accounts. Liam, the first thing I do is save 800 gems and fully mastery my starter champion. So we will have to agree to disagree on that. Although I understand what you're saying because there are valuable things in the lower levels of the shop. BlueStacks is good for the burning of passive energy because you can use the macro maker and just have an auto clicker. And I do that sometimes. I do, in fact, do that. And in fact, I am playing BlueStacks on my main right now. So I have some macros set up. I just haven't gotten around to actually I don't know. I haven't gotten around to clicking the button, I guess. That's what I haven't gotten around to. So. All right, we're back to murdering innocent lizardmen in the sewers where they are forced to dwell by the awful banner lords. That's one of the things I liked about the story. Kind of flip a few of those, racial tropes on their heads. Like, just because they're lizardmen doesn't make them evil. Like, the humans aren't all good. I enjoy when fantasy, IPs kind of mix up the classic themes that we always see repeated over and over and over again. And I thought the Call of the Arbiter didn't do that in some cases, but did do that in other cases. And when they did it, I was very happy because otherwise I thought it was going to be a real cookie cutter story. but they did mix it up a little bit, which was nice. Anybody out there watch the Call of the Arbiter series? Anybody like it or hate it? Snow King, yeah, okay. I remember talking about that. You pulled Warlord, Solus, and Rioho in 10 days and then never pulled another Void Legendary again. I had one for my first 18 months. And I have since pulled 3. So in the last 9 months, I've pulled 3. So I now have 4. One was a dupe, unfortunately, of a fusion. Supreme Elhain. I completed the fusion and then duped her like a month later. So yeah, I'm averaging a Void Legendary from a shard once every 7 months or so. Great Dane says, yeah, it was okay. Sorry, I shouldn't be stopping this. I should be running this. Let's get some more guys in there. Do that. Mortal Soulstones, an XP Barrel, 1 Sacred Elvo, Lego, and odds and ends. Oh, that's on the pass. Yeah, for $20. Wimzon says, I liked it. I did too. What did you like about it, Wim? Or would you prefer Zon? Because I can call you Zon. Like Timothy Zon. Although it's spelled differently, I think. Kate says, I didn't like it. I thought it was a good attempt, but pretty shallow. I agree. I especially didn't like the first 3 episodes. It eventually got better. I think once we got to Kale and Elhain, that helped a little bit. Although if you watch my videos, there's a real frustration with that duo. The other thing that was funny was just yesterday when I was rolling up the account and I had to play through the cutscene again. In the beginning, Elhain gets eaten like by the dragon, right? Elhain gets eaten by the dragon in the cutscene. And Kale like mouths off, I think. Maybe it was Gaelic. But one of the other characters is like, hey, I like this dragon. Because he just ate the elf. Do you know what I mean? And meanwhile, in the Call of the Arbiter series, they're like lovers. So it's like, I think that's somebody didn't think about that, Like they need to redo the opening tutorial cutscene now that they have the Call of the Arbiter series out. I got to keep remembering to click this button. I'm getting lost in the chat here. Okay, Liam asks, what's your favorite thing to do in Raid, Colred? Mine is Hydra. I like Hydra. I like the puzzles of it. I don't like the execution of Hydra as much. I think they could improve it. And I think the idea of like a random head rotation, the idea of sort of all of the, I think the thing I don't like about it is the amount of RNG they build into it to try to make it dynamic. I think the thing I like about Clan Boss is it's a solvable puzzle that doesn't require luck to work. And again, you can build a really good Hydra Clan Boss team that doesn't really require luck. Like the RNG isn't a huge deal. You can really, like, once you have the champions, you can build a team that basically dominates everything. But that takes a long time. It takes a lot of time to get to that point with an account. So is it end game content? Yeah. But then why is it accessible so early in the game? And why do you have like, a low level version of it? I'm glad they do because they're using Mithrala fragments. So I have some objections to the way Hydra is executed. It's not awful. It's definitely interesting. I like Demon Lord Clan Boss a little bit more. I like Doom Tower quite a bit. I enjoy Arena and Live Arena. I've gotten into every dungeon at some point, whether it's like Iron Twins. I was, getting into that for a little bit. I haven't yet gotten into the Shogun's Grove. Like I haven't done that. I'm just farming like level 7 or something with some team that I don't even know what I put in it other than Cardiel.
All the things.
Yeah. I mean, I do. I enjoy a lot of the game. I wouldn't play it this much otherwise, you know? So to ask me my favorite things, I think at different times, different things have been my favorite. You know, so I'll get really into live arena for a couple of weeks and then I'll be like, all right, you know, I need to rebuild like 5 champions and that's daunting. So I don't do it. And then I kind of get out of live arena for a little while. And then I'll be like, oh, you know what? Like, let me go revisit a cool clan boss speed tune. And that would be cool, except I'm already one keying everything. So I don't need it. It's just like a cool thing for me to have fun with and mess around with. I do want to create some new speed tunes that I can put videos out about and help people with. But that requires resources. So I have to grind in game for those resources because I'm free to play. And I'm spending most of my free time making videos and playing this other account now. So that's kind of on the back burner. I'm going to be starting account takeovers in the not too distant future. And that will be a fun new challenge for me. I have not done that before. I've coached people on their accounts, but I've never done an account takeover. And, you know, so part of me is a little bit nervous about that. Like, I don't want somebody to, you know, say, hey, can you take over my account? And then get it back and be like, you didn't really do anything good. But I feel confident that I know enough to help out, you know, most players. If somebody's like, hey, can you get me a Nightmare, you know, Hydra clan team or a Hydra clan boss team? I'd be like, I don't want to do that. I don't think, you know, not that I couldn't, but the time investment and the potential for like failure is too high because I wouldn't want to do that on somebody else's account and use up their resources and not get them what they wanted. But I can definitely help people out with Clan Boss. I can definitely help people out with Arena. I can help them out with all of the Doom Tower bosses. You know, I can help them out with every dungeon. The dungeons are easy. Even the hard mode dungeons are not too bad for me at this point. I haven't mastered Fire Knight yet. But I also have the champions that I need. Like for me, it's not too bad when you have Cardiel and Valkyrie. You know, you have those two. I have Ninja. Like I have a lot of the champions that go into the builds that, you know, people are like, hey, this is the optimal build for this, you know, for Spider hard mode or whatever. Like I have all of those champions. So what will be the challenge then is to like try to find a solution for somebody who doesn't have those champions. And that would be really interesting. But I also don't want to experiment with other people's accounts, right? I want to experiment on my own, find solutions that I can then offer them. So that's actually, you know, the thing I think I enjoy most about the game right now is like watching Sun. You know, like that's fun for me. Like he's, you know, we're going through these fights. I'm like, oh yeah. Let's figure out a solution to a problem when you only have 5 champions available or 6 champions available. That's the fun part of the puzzle for me. On my main account, you know, the fun thing is, can I get a Duchess? For the love of God, can I get a Duchess or a Geomancer? Could I just get a Geomancer? You know, and like, so the shard pulls are more fun for me on that account right now. And once I get a few champions that I've really wanted for a long time, and I unlock, you know, some more of those cool compositions, you know, then I'm basically done with that account. You know, there's not like a whole lot I need to do. I haven't done a Nightmare Hydra yet. But that's really it. Trying to think of what else I need to accomplish in the game. Like max out all the hard mode dungeons, I guess. And get Ramontu. And that's it. So that is one sticking point where it's like I could get into arena, live arena, and 3v3 arena and like push gold 3v3 arena and, you know, push live arena up. I'm never going for platinum in regular arena. I'm just not doing that. So, by the way, welcome back, Sun.
Thank you.
Always love your in-depth answers. Thank you. You'd love an account takeover. That'd be interesting, Liam. We could talk about that. Again, I'm not offering it just yet. You know, right now we're focusing on adding a live stream into our repertoire. I still want to be producing good videos. But maybe in a month or two, we'll be talking about takeovers.
Yeah.
All right. Saf just applied for a clan in game, so that would be me, I think. Let me.
Correctamundo.
Hey, I got some crit rate gloves with crit damage substats in a Savage set on my main account. I think I'll keep those. They're 6-star rares. Not perfect, but you know what? I don't have perfect Savage gear on my main account. Oh, sorry, Sav. I just auto-clicked. I'll be right there. I promise. I promise. After I murder all of these innocent lizard men, I am coming over to get you into the clan.
We're just making more room for the toilet goddess.
I just needed to make some space. Just needed to make some space here in the sewers. I don't know why. Okay, let's see. D48. There you go. I got a lot of red dots I got to clear. How are we doing here? I just need boots, and then let's do the boots. So I have not burned my key yet. I should go at least check out what my key is worth right now. Because if it's worth 250K, I don't think it is. But it might be worth like 180, which should be enough for a 3 key.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to try to make War Priest a little bit stronger. Yeah, but if it's a 3 key, I should get it going right now, because then the next key would drop at around 8:30, right after the server reset. Oh, I did it again. So, no, I got you into the clan. I got you into the clan. I did. I went over there and I clicked. I'm like, I'm spacing out here. I got you in it. I just said that. I'm like, oh, I'm just running. He's just waiting to get into the clan. He's like, Colred said he was going to get me into the clan. It's like, sorry, I got to kill more lizards.
And a big grats to Liam. He just hit a new PB.
All right. You crossed the 60 million mark.
He hit 74 mil.
Very nice. On what difficulty level?
Oh, he said what difficulty it was.
If that's,
I don't remember.
Because if
Manual hard Hydra.
Manual hard Hydra. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a very good number then. Is that MI or M? Can't quite. ML. Sorry, I missed it. What was the reasoning behind each starter? If you mean the reasoning behind who got which starter, the reasoning for Sun was he knew that Kale was the strongest, and so he wanted to take the strongest. And I decided that I was not going to do that. Athel's my favorite of the four. I like her the best. She's not the strongest. I'm not under that impression, but I don't think she's so weak as to make a huge difference. Except I'm up against the mission where it does make a difference right now. An Arbiter mission where if I had some poisons, that would be very helpful, and I don't. I like her triple hit A1 with the weaken on it. I just think that's a really good skill. And I like her aesthetic. I think she looks like a badass. And I don't like Kale's character model. I think I just think he kind of looks stupid. So.
Hater.
Yeah, I don't really like his character model. I don't. Equip an attack type champion with three 3-star or higher offense sets. Okay, that shouldn't be too hard because I just collected them. So I need an attack-based champion. I need an attack-based champion I'm actually maybe going to use. Here, let's do this guy. And they have to be offense sets. And they have to be 3 stars. That. All of these red dots mocking me. All right, it's all energy. I'm going to take it anyway, just because I want to get to the next level. Let's get that book. Silver. All right, upgrade 3 artifacts to level 8 or higher, 6 artifacts, 12 artifacts to level 8 or higher. That shouldn't be hard either, so we can clear this one out right away.
Have a good one, Kate.
Kate's leaving. See you,
Running
Kate.
out of charge.
Running out of charge, gotcha. Kale is the strongest starter, yes. Elhan can be very useful because she has more AoE in her kit. She also has more multi-hitters in her kit. So yes, she can be useful for that. How often are you both streaming? Well, the goal for this event, for the Noob versus Pro, is to stream probably at least the first. We're going to do the first 5 days at least, so we'll go through Saturday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We're definitely going to stream those 5 days. Mm-hmm. We're going to move the stream a little bit later in the day. So we've been starting at like 12:30, but we're going to probably move that to either 1 or 2 p.m. our time, so that we can extend that past like 5 p.m., get it a little bit later for people who haven't been able to, watch the events live. And then afterwards, I don't know. We'll have to see. We will be streaming at least 1 day a week, if not 2 days a week, if we can. We will sometimes stream together. We will sometimes stream separately, or I will do a solo stream, depending on what the topic is. Yeah, so... But I think, we've had fun with the dual stream, so we'll probably make this our primary stream and keep doing this for a while until Sun decides to leave me and launch his own channel and become a superstar.
The ultimate goal.
Yeah. Hey, I got another set of 6-star crit rate gloves in Savage with crit damage. Almost the exact same pieces I got before, so now I've got 2 options. I can roll them both up and see what happens. That's on my main account. Sorry. What am I doing? Upgrading artifacts. 12 artifacts to level 8. Yeah, so in fact, now that we're talking about it, Son, how are you doing over there? What's going on?
I'm doing good. I'm still grinding the campaign.
All right.
Going pretty solid though. I just have Kale and Arbiter, and then 2 food champs going.
Kale and Arbiter?
Not Arbiter. What did I say? Arbiter. Deacon.
He feels like an Arbiter sometimes. I mean, he's that good.
Yeah, but it's just those 2 guys. They're pretty much carrying me through campaign and getting XP on some food at the same time. So just kind of grinding it out. Going to keep going till I can't.
Okay. Well, you're in Palace of Aravia, which is a good place to be, because now you can at least get access to some speed pieces. And then if you can get to Valdemar Strait, you can get access to the lifesteal you need to maybe upgrade a couple of pieces. What stage are you on right now?
I did not look, but probably like 5, maybe 6.
Do you know what piece just dropped in the last one?
No. I just pushed the button to make it go.
That's how I feel about this game a lot of times. I don't know what's going on. I just push the buttons and it make it go.
It's doing things.
Yeah, it does things. Yeah, so one of the things I think we've already talked about is like, I don't know what the maximum star drop is on hard. I don't know if it's still 3. It might still be 3. It might be 4 stars though. Does it say? If you go out, you have to go out to the menu.
I would have to go out, right?
So it says 2 to 4 stars up on the upper left. Yeah, 2 to 4 stars. So potentially you could get some 4-star speed boots to drop with speed main stat.
That'd be pretty sick.
And that would be pretty sick because you need those on like every champion. Literally every champion. For like the first 4 months of your account, all you're looking for is speed boots and a speed set. And then every once in a while, you're like, I could use some speed boots in the lifesteal set. Maybe the accuracy set.
Yeah, for sure. As far as Liam asked me a question, what's my favorite thing about Raid so far? Well, this is only I've been playing for 24 hours, plus a couple hours. So, I mean, I would say it's kind of interesting that you hit those plateaus and then just figuring out what you can do to get beyond it. Kind of that puzzle solving aspect of it is probably what I'm enjoying the most so far. So I think yesterday were several times where I just hit the brick wall and I'm like, okay, well, I can't do this anymore. No matter what I do, it's not working. So I just find something else that is gonna kind of double dip, maybe do some challenges or something, and then all of a sudden you get something, and all of a sudden you just skyrocket past the thing that you couldn't do before. So that's pretty cool. It's neat. It's fun. But I haven't really dug into like the dungeons super in depth. I'm still learning the champions and their skills, but it's fun.
Yeah, that reminds me. That might actually be my favorite thing about the game, which is that like finding a champion, learning their skills, and then figuring out a team composition they could work for. Like, yeah. It's almost like if you've ever played Magic the Gathering, it's like building a deck, right? Like what you do, you look at the skills and each skill is a card. And you're like, okay, I'm trying to put all the skills into a deck with, other champions. And it's like, and then get a deck that is powerful as opposed to just have a champion that's powerful. So you're looking for those synergies. You're looking for those interesting interactions and all that stuff. That's the thing I like more than any particular area of play is finding cool combinations. And if it's not apparent already, Sun knows this. I hate the meta. Like I hate the idea of the meta. I'm always like an anti-meta player, which is good. You need some of those people, right? You need meta players and you need anti-meta players because that's how the meta evolves. But so my goal, especially as a free-to-play player, is not like, oh, I need the meta champion. It's like, no, I'm going to do that with the champions I've got. And I know there's a meta for it, but I think I can still solve it based on just the champions who I have. And that's always the challenge. Is like, can I think about the problem differently because I have a different set of cards in my deck? I have a different set of skills in my champions. And can I come at it from a different angle and still find a solution? Even if it's less efficient, I don't care because I just think it's cooler. It's like, it's cooler to come up with your own solution than to copy somebody else's solution. Sometimes, sometimes you're just like, hey, that's a good solution. I'm going to copy that because it's really valuable. But I don't like the meta. Like, I don't like the idea of the meta. I still need 5 more artifacts to level 8.
Exactly. Same result. But yeah, I think that's something that I'm kind of looking forward to once I get a little bit further in and being able to try to find interesting combinations of champions and skills. And
why did I?
I'm sure a lot of it has been done in some way before, but figuring that stuff out for myself, maybe finding something new that's pretty efficient or works well. Yeah. Something I'm looking forward to.
I think the most fun point in acquiring mastery in anything, especially games, right? Like regardless of the game you play. Like if you're playing an MMO and you're trying to master the class that you're playing, or if you're playing, a first person shooter and you're trying to master like the mechanics of it, or like learn a map or what weapons and loadouts work for you the best. My favorite point in that process is when you've learned the fundamentals so well and you've learned what the rules are, like not the rules of the game, like that you can't control, but I mean the rules of like how to be good in the game. When you learn that to the point where you can start to break the rules and be like creative about it. It's like if you were a painter, like the first thing you have to do is learn about like colors and how the paint works and how like the brushstrokes happen and all that's like you have to learn the mechanics and get the muscle memory. But then you get to a fun point where you're like, oh, now I can paint anything I want why should I just paint the same like bowl of fruit that I've been practicing on for the last 6 months? Now I can like be creative. And so I think there is a point in the mastery of any kind of skill where you get to that point and you're like, now I can break the rules that I've set myself. And now I can be creative. And so when you have a game that's as varied as Raid Shadow Legends, where it gives you so many opportunities to be creative, like that's just what draws me in. I'm like, man, you can think about, there are 20 ways to solve this dungeon. I know there's a favorite way in the community. I know that the content creators push an easiest way or a fastest way or whatever. But I want the most interesting. I want the fun way. I want the way with like the champions that nobody uses, or something. I mean, sometimes I just want a good way and I need to farm resources. But then in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking about like, could I do this with Cardiel? I think I could do this with Cardiel. Let me see.
I can do all content with Cardiel.
I want him on an 100% auto complete team for every single battle in the game at every difficulty. Like that's a goal for me. I just want to do that. And it's possible because he's that good, obviously. But you could do the same thing with like, another champion you loved. You could be like, hey, could I complete every single boss in the game at the hardest difficulty level with, I don't know, you pick a champion like Diabolist. Like, could I do it with Diabolist? I would probably pick a legendary or an epic before I pick the rare, but that's interesting. I'm still talking too much. I've only got 9 of these things done. It's like, how long does it take to level?
I'm over here on my hard grind.
Dude, you're just cruising past me. I spend all stream watching you fly ahead of me, and then I have to spend the next 8 hours trying to catch up to you, and then you roll speed boots in the speed set, and I'm like, I'm good. All right, so let me focus for a minute and get this thing completed. I don't even know why I picked that particular thing.
Those noob friendly rolls, trying to keep their claws in me.
There's a lot of RNG in this game that can affect how the early game unfolds. I mean, my last account, on day 1, I got a Septimus from, like, I pulled my first Ancient Shard and I got a Septimus. And Septimus is a legendary who can basically one-shot the world. That's what he does. He one-shots something and then he gets an extra turn and one-shot something and gets an extra turn and one-shot something. And he hits very, very hard. And I was like, oh, I'm building him. I am building him. No, and it's like, it was awesome to build him and watch him do that. But it also like puts you in a corner. Like it paints you into a corner because now you have to use Septimus everywhere. But that definitely changed the way my account, unfolded. If I hadn't pulled Septimus, I would have invested more into my, starter champion. And my account would have unfolded very differently.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I think my second or third legendary was Mishinaki, who's like this amazing HP burner and defensive based champ. And it's like, it's a perfect champ for me. I love that kind of champ. But again, if I hadn't pulled him and instead I had pulled, I don't know, a more offensive oriented legendary, like if I had pulled Herndig or something, it would have been a very different progression to my account.
Yes, all these champions that I intimately know.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Which are great.
I'm going back to Sewers of Arnok. This is stupid. Why am I doing this?
Those poor lizards.
Why am I murdering lizards? Arbiter's like, go back again.
Do it again.
Put that rock in that bag.
They've not suffered enough.
put another rock in that bag. Yeah, I don't. Okay. Let's go murder more lizards. I need attack percent. It was attack percentage, right?
Didn't you say you were gonna do your clan boss key?
Oh yeah, I should check that out.
Yeah,
I was gonna try to get this. I was gonna try to get this guy to level 30, and this guy to level 30, because I thought I was gonna use them because I've armored them. This guy is not armored, but Yeah, I'm gonna keep farming a little bit of XP on these guys. And I just need to remember what this challenge is. It's win 2-star or higher gauntlets with attack percentage, chest plate attack percentage, boots attack percentage, equip and attack with, okay. 4 champions. Okay, that's annoying. 3-star, okay. So I need all the attack percentage things of 2-star or higher. That's gonna take a little while. All right, let me go check chat because I've been talking for like half an hour in chat. It probably has some input, I think. If you're like me, almost got to figure out my own path. That's what JB says, and I agree. I think, it's good to have people you learn from, right? It's good to have like a mentor or a role model or whatever you want to call it, or an instructor, a coach. It's good to have those people and to learn. But at some point, you have to strike out on your own path and enjoy gaming, whatever game it is, the way you want to enjoy it. So that's important. Let's see. Magic the Gathering, yep. What is your opinion on Armiger early game? Pabs asks. I think I'll keep him at 40 or 50 and use him like that. That's what I would do, but I think, it depends how early you're talking about. I wouldn't build him in the first week or two. If you happen to build him in the first week or two, then you may as well run him up to 50 at least. Because he's going to be more valuable the higher level he is, because you need 100% crit rate on him. You want more speed on him. You need accuracy on him. So like even run him up to 60. I just don't build an Armiger early game. I think he's probably he's a good champion after you've got maybe your first like 6 or 7 6-stars. If you're looking for a cheap another 6-star, like if you're getting more chickens and you're farming more food champions, then you're getting good drops. That's a good moment to pick an Armiger and build them out, or to pick an apothecary and build it out, because it's like I can get a 6-star, but rares and uncommons are really easy to also book and get really powerful. So I usually wait for a dead moment when I've like missed on a couple of shard pulls and I don't have anybody exciting, and then I build an Armiger, or I build an apothecary, or I build maybe an epic that's been sitting there for a while that I think can help me out. Let me make sure this is going. Is that attack? That would be nice. No. All right, I gotta remember to click that. Liam says, so many champions in this game, they have their uses for the most part. Even power creep champs like Razin are still super useful. I think that's the important thing to remember about power creep, which is that power creep really doesn't affect the early game in the same way that it affects the late game, right? So a champion that's good for progression and was good for progression 2 years ago is still good for progression. There's just champions who are better for progression now, so it's like if you get one of the better ones, you'll progress faster, but the old ones are still useful. Like Tayrell is still a great progression champion, and he's even usable at endgame in some cases, but you're not as excited about him as you used to be, because that 4-turn cooldown for the decreased defense is just longer than you want. You want that 3-turn cooldown that so many other teams have. Yeah, so power creep is a thing, but for new players, I don't think we need to worry about it, right? Or new accounts, we don't need to worry about it. Armiger is useful good in all the dungeons early game. Yeah, as a turn meter reduction champion, he's definitely useful. I don't know that he's useful enough for me to recommend building him super early game. Like I said, I would probably focus on at least 5, 6, 7 other 6-stars before I 6-starred him. You can also get a lot of use out of him at 50 for a while, but eventually you're going to want him at 6 stars. Baumel is tricky. I have Hernding, but left him in the vault. Is he good? Is he good? Oh my gosh, Liam. Yes, he's good. Pull him out of the vault. It really depends on what you need. It really depends on what you need. But you can build him as like a nuker. He's a great arena nuker. He's a great PvE nuker. He's also a great debuffer. You can use him as a debuffer if you don't want to build him as a nuker. He's amazing. He's amazing. He is such a good champion. So yes, he's good. What level do you get your faction teams to? What I typically do early is I will try to... Oh, nice. That was friendly. I will try to get as many natural champions up to their natural star max. So whether it's, if I'm just building some uncommons in the faction that's open currently for the day, I'll do that. I have a really good method. Okay, I should talk about this. I haven't done a video on this, but I should do a video on this. I have an insane method. I'm not even sure I can stream this right now because it's like I need another day or two to prepare. I have an insanely good method for how to get the most out of faction crypts early game. And it's kind of a secret weapon for me against Sun right now, so I also don't want to let it out of the bag for that.
I'm just sitting here silently, just oh.
But I've never seen anybody make a video on this before. And I recorded a video on this like 6 months ago before I was practicing doing videos like once a week or twice a week just for fun, to see if I really wanted to do this, and I thought I could. And I recorded a video like 6 months ago. Sun hasn't seen it. And it took like an hour. It was a long video. I could probably trim that down to like 40 minutes now. It's still going to be a long video. But I have an insane method for farming faction crypts early on, and once you get into it, it's like so much better than anything anybody does. And I know that sounds like a little bit like I'm selling it too hard. It's hard work. It's not an easy thing, right? It's something everybody can access, but it requires time and patience and focus to do it right, because you have to track your champions in a particular way. But there's a method where it's like you can just start crushing faction crypts like the first week you're in the game, so that by the time you unlock the forge, you're going to have so many materials. You're just going to go in there and like build crazy gear for yourself. So I actually did not get into faction crypts yesterday. I was too low level. I did not unlock it on the first server day. So I have unlocked it now, and I will be getting into that later today, but probably not on stream. So you guys are going to have to wait for that video. Yeah. But if you just ask the question, how much do you build your faction crypt teams? What I say is, an easy rule is any rare that you have who's a fusion rare for Raz and Scarhide, or for Relic Keeper, if you want to hold on to them, build them up to 3 stars, even promote them to 4 stars and get them up to level 40, they can form the foundation of your faction crypt teams really well. And then all you need is like, one epic or one legendary in that faction. And that's the core of your team for a long time, because you can usually get past the first boss with 1 5-star, and you can get past the second boss typically with 1 6-star, as long as it's not like a complete defensive champion who's like just a healer or a buffer, like does no damage. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, and then I'll just typically focus on the champions that I'm building not for faction crypts, and I will just add 2 stars, 3 stars, maybe some epics that I pull along the way, and I try to get every faction to the point where I can farm legendary materials, and clear out my my daily quests and my advanced quests, and then that's it. I don't worry about them too much. Like I do want to get them to that point. But after that, I'll just wait and 6-star naturally, like my roster will just build over time. So until you're at like, I don't know, until you're at like 700 stars, it's not worth like freaking out too much about faction crypts unless your focus is to get Lydia really fast. But I would say if you got Lydia in like 15, 16 months, that's still pretty fast. Like it's still pretty fast to get Lydia. Because if you're a free-to-play player, you just don't make enough, enough champions. Like if you're spending all that time making level 50 champions for faction crypts, you aren't leveling up the champions that you're pulling. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do that video soon.
Yeah.
Now that I've let the cat out of the bag, and people are probably like, "Come on, tell us! I want to know." It's like, sorry, that's too good of a video.
What a tease.
That's too good of a video. It's literally like when I recorded it, I'm like, I've never seen anybody do this, and I should record this video. And I haven't been doing it forever. I've been doing it for just like the last three, not the last 3 free-to-play accounts, but the last 3 times I've started free-to-play accounts, because the last time I started 5 free-to-play accounts simultaneously. But yes, I've only been doing it about a year, but it's so much better. It's so much better than any method. And I'll just wait a week or so until I can catch up to Sun, and then I'll let the cat out of the bag.
You sound like that guy standing in front of his Lamborghini. The one method.
I do a little bit. Like, listen, just send me 1995, and I will send you the method. Yeah. It's funny. Like I'm a little bit worried. Like I've hyped it up too much, and I'm going to send out the video, and everybody's going to reply like, "Yeah, I already do this." It's like, oh, no, everybody does this. What are you talking about? Hell Hades did a video on this 2.5 years ago. I'm like, really? If you missed the perception gear, how to build Wukong as I reroll today, so I believe no perception gear for me. If you're building him as a debuffer, then you need the perception gear. If you're building him as a nuker, you don't. If you're building him as both, perception gear is pretty perfect. So you just have to farm your faction crypts and get the materials and build your own perception gear, I guess. I mean, you can build him in savage gear. You could build him in, cruel gear. Like if you have cruel gear sitting around, you could build him in that. You could build him in lifesteal if you needed him to be like a PvE carry. Depends where your account is.
Man, I'm surprised I'm still able to grind this campaign so hard. I might.
Exile says, "What a tease." Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. What was that, Chris?
I was just saying, I'm surprised that my secret name.
Stop it. Who said that? What did they say? It wasn't me. I can't.
Cracks me up. No, I was just saying, I'm surprised I'm still grinding this campaign so hard. I'm on 9.2 or 9.3 now. Just going straight through the hard mode. As I say that, I might lose this one. We'll see.
JB, thank you. And yes, I agree with you. That's the whole reason why I thought there might be space for me in YouTube. I'll be honest, like that's the thing that I saw looking around at the content creators, which is like 2 years ago, if you were watching the content creators that were around, who are still around, they gave more whys in their answers back then. But as time has progressed, I think one of the things that's happened is like, you feel like, oh, hey, I've been talking to my audience for 2 years. They should know my back catalog of stuff, and they should know the why from like the 10 times I said it in other videos. And I should stop saying it because it's probably annoying people. But the reality is players come and go from the game. So when new players come in, they still need to know the why, and they're not going to go and look at your videos from 16 months ago. They want you to tell them in the video they're watching that's in front of them. So, part of my mentality is to always give as much explanation as I think can be useful for the player who knows the least who is watching. If players who know what I'm saying, are watching, then they're either willing to, be reminded, or they find me entertaining for other reasons, or they're going to click off, and that's okay, because there are other content creators out there who focus on like end game content, and I'm not one of them. So they should go find content that works for them. No one content creator is going to be able to make videos that speak to every potential demographic in, you know, their gaming community, in their gaming space. So my focus is free to play, newer players, mid game accounts. I'm happy to do some end game stuff because I'm at end game and I like some of that stuff, but I don't want it to be an overwhelming aspect of my channel. And when I do that content, I am going to explain it as if I'm explaining it to everybody, because if you're at end game and you haven't tried this, you know, this is something you can learn, but also it gives the people at mid game and early game like an understanding of what they're moving towards, and maybe even like information that can help them build their roster on the way there. And if they don't know the why, if I just say, hey, build this champion, then how they're not going to use the champion in the best way. They're not going to know how to use the champion or why they need to build the champion that way. So my explanations are long-winded, but you know.
You've been the talking head, but you're the little mini me right now.
Yeah, I know, but that's okay. I don't mind. You've got a more, I don't know that you've got a more exciting thing going on. We're both farming right now.
I'm just sitting here. I'm like, campaign, is it going?
But at least, hey, they get to check out the beard and the flowing hair. You know, your smiling face, the reflection in your glasses. Yeah, but yeah, I guess I could be the big talking head, the big shiny talking head.
Yeah, that way they can see the reflection in your forehead.
All right, now just for that, yeah, we got to check this out. There's a little bit of a shine, but you know, I've got some bright lights right in front of me. Listen, if you were a bald-headed man and you didn't have a little bit of shine to your dome, you wouldn't feel right about it.
That's true.
You know,
what kind of self-respecting bald man doesn't have a little bit of shine?
Right? Exactly.
That's how they light up the room when they walk in.
Hey, I light up the room with my personality.
And that forehead.
Yeah, that 5 head I got going. Thank you, Cooking. That's awesome. I'm glad you discovered me too, and I'm glad you're here. Older players don't usually need to watch vids. That's an interesting point. I still watch vids. I've been playing over 2 years. I still watch vids. Do I need to watch vids? Yeah, I do. Because understanding comes from study. And every time they introduce something new to the game, I need to study it. And I like hearing the thoughts of other players who are also studying. It's not that I don't have my own thoughts, but I want to hear their perceptions. I want to hear their input. I want to hear their ideas. Sometimes I disagree. Sometimes they've thought of something I never thought of, and I'm like, that's brilliant. You know, but all of it's useful. So I actually do think that if you want to keep getting better, you do still need to watch vids. That's the way our community works, right? Because you don't have as much direct contact in game with players as you do in, say, an MMO or, you know, like a more socially oriented game. So unless your Discord community is just amazing or your clan is just awesome, you need a big
ours.
Yeah. But if it's just filled with players who are constantly theory crafting and spreading ideas, you need a wider community. And I think content creators are kind of a gateway to that, right? Because each of us has our community. So the ideas that happen in my Discord may not be happening in some other content creators' Discord. And so when I put a video out based on the ideas that my community has, like, you know, circulated, whether they're my ideas or from the experienced players or the new players, whoever it is, now I've put that out and I've been a window into my community. And so Hell Hades has a really big community. He doesn't come up with all of those ideas. What he's really good at is building a community that comes together to figure stuff out. And then he talks to those players and he's like, what do I need to tell people? And then they teach him and then he teaches everybody else. And that's the brilliant thing about his community is there are some really, really smart people who dig into the numbers, who look into the code, who go into the background of all of this stuff. And they present him with information that few other communities are getting. So you can take that stuff and you can add it to what we're doing here. And we can then come up with an idea and throw it back, you know, throw it back into the public perception. And then maybe he sees it. Maybe somebody on his team sees it and they start thinking about an idea. So, you know, I get what you're saying. Like, experienced players have done a lot of stuff in the game and maybe they already figured a lot of stuff out. But you pull new champions, you want to learn how to use them. that changes team compositions. You want to get faster in your dungeon run so it doesn't take 3 minutes to farm dragon. You know, you're like, okay, I need to figure this out. And so you go out there, you watch videos, and you keep getting better. I've never stopped watching videos. I watch some every day. An attack type champion. Oh, whip. Okay. Three-star or higher artifact sets. 4 champions with 3-3-star. Okay. And then equip an attack champion with 2-star or higher gauntlets.
That's an arbiter mission as well.
Yeah, I think those auto-complete, though.
Huh.
You don't, like, because you could just take them off and put them back on. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Which you don't have to do. So it auto-complete. Let me see. Where am I champion? So I'm not going to do that with him.
Oh, that's not good.
I knew this was going to come back to bite me. All right, let's see. Let's do this. Destroy. Thank you. I almost did this before. Kind of had a memory that was tickling the back of my brain. It said, maybe you should just make this all attack percent. I should have. Three champions with 3-3-star or sets. Level 8 or higher. All right, so here's the thing. Do I have... This piece is holding me back. I don't really want to lose that HP on this. But I need to at least swap this out. Or I need to go get another one. That's 3 stars. I could try that. I still need to farm up a little bit. Let's go to Palace of Arabia. Let's get some 3-star gloves. Can. Keep leveling these guys up. Let me go check chat. They may assume 2-year-old info may not be relevant. That's true. I need to know why, as I min-max based on my own experience. Yeah. All this coming from someone who spent hours upon hours for days shooting target dummies in Ogremar with my hunter in WoW to become the envy of my server. As no one can touch my DPS. Of course. That's what you do. You grind. Exile says, that's why you're my favorite CC. You actually try to teach rather than just show a team that 90% of players don't have. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, that is my background. I am an educator, so I do try to teach. And I also try to learn, right? That's the whole thing. I honestly feel like my goal is to learn just a little bit faster than I can teach, right? So I always have something to teach. And that means I have to spend time every day watching other content creators or digging into my own roster or experimenting and theory crafting. But I'm always trying to do more than I could possibly say in a given day.
Let's be honest, you just watch me play.
Yeah.
Get all your ideas.
I'm just saying, no, I just watch Sun play and I wait for him to make a mistake and then I just be like, ooh, do you know what? Oh, wait. Yeah. Do you know what? Wait, there's a thing you can do. Oh. And he's just like, oh my God, enough.
Done goofed again, son.
Liam prefers longer vids. Thank you. I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do, because most of my videos, I struggle with keeping them short. As my editor well knows, most of my videos run a bit long.
Oh
See you
yeah, there's
cooking.
nothing greater than waking up. It's like, yeah, we're gonna do a 25-minute video. 3 hours later, sorry, that ran a little long.
That's every single day.
16.
I should be able to knock this one out in 30 minutes. You know, an hour and a half later, he's like, where is Colred?
Yeah.
Geody, I have thought about that. I thought about doing that for this series, and I kind of ran out of time. But also, it's a little bit problematic. There are videos out there on that topic, and my understanding is that Plarium doesn't really like it when content creators make those videos. Now, I don't know that that's true, but that's what I've heard. And I'm not in the content creator program. I don't really want to tick them off too much before, you know, I have enough of a following to matter in the community, I guess. Like, out, you know, like obviously we're closing in on 1,000 subs. That's very nice. But the people who put out those videos have 30,000 followers, you know, or subscribers, you know, or 100,000 subscribers or more. So I don't know if it's a taboo topic. I'm not afraid to take it on in the sense that, like, I feel like I could do a decent video on it in that way, and I think it could help. And so I do sort of think about it, but at the same time, there's so much stuff I have to cover that I haven't covered yet. Like, I only have 58 videos or something. And I have a list of at least 100 more videos that I need to do to feel like I've got a decent coverage on the topics that new players need. And that one doesn't feel essential to me. You know, and there are plenty of videos out there that people can get. So it's a little bit off topic for my core viewership, I think. And, you know, the fact that Plarium doesn't like it maybe is another reason to not go after it. But at some point I probably will. You know, I don't want, like, I criticize Plarium all the time. I'm not afraid of criticizing Plarium. But I don't want to, like, say, hey, I finally made it to the, you know, threshold for content creator program. And then I go in there and they're like, yeah, we don't really like your videos that much. Come on. I need that test server. I need that test. I'm a free to play player. I need that test server so bad. That's what I want. I want the test server. I don't care about
the hornet's nest before you walk into the room,
right,
man.
Yeah. You know, it's like
getting them all riled up.
No, honestly, I think the biggest disadvantage of being a content creator who is free to play is that I can't have knowledge of as much of the game because I'm not buying, like, progression. I'm not buying progression. So what that means is, like, if I could get into the test server, in the test server, like, they give you resources to just get champions. So I can get, like, the newest champion that drops, even if I'll never have it on my main account. And then I can actually make a video for my viewership who might be pulling that champion randomly. You know, or who's just excited about a new champion or whatever it happens to be. And, you know, content creators also get rewards for their own account. And I don't want that on my account. Like, if they're like, oh, hey, we can get you in the content creator program and we're going to give you 5,000 gems a month. I'm like, don't. Like, let me give them away. I'm free to play. You know, like, I don't want to taint my main account. Now, maybe I'll start a second account. Maybe I'll start a second account and be like, hey, this is my content creator account. And every month, Plarium gives me $150 worth of rewards. So we're going to count the money as we go and see how long it takes this $150 per month account to catch up to my main free-to-play account, which has been 2.5 years. Like, I could do that. That would be fun and interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, but I want the test server. I want the test server so bad. I want to get in there and mess around with team compositions and do weird stuff that nobody's thinking about. I didn't mean that to sound strange. I meant come up with strange team compositions and try solutions that are different. I don't know. That sounded a little bit off after I heard myself say it. Hey, Bo. 2 days ago, I was a complete piece of ish. I was the ultra noob, but yesterday I watched Sun play and I got good. Thanks, Sun. That is awesome.
Mission complete.
Let's get you 7,000 subs so you can get the test server. Please, Great Dane. That would be awesome. Because you need a lot of subs to get to. I think you can get into the content creator program at like 3,000 subs. It's something like that, like the first level. But to get access to the test server, you have to, there's like 3 tiers or whatever, you know? I don't know. So you need like 7 or 8,000 subs. And I want that test server. By the way, this is why I have you, yeah. This is why I have you as the main streamer, because while I'm talking, I'm literally not playing the game. So during that whole rant, people were just staring
and I get further and further ahead.
Yeah, but well, fine. That's fine. You get further and further ahead. But at the same time, all of our viewers are watching a stream with a screen that hasn't changed in 5 minutes. They're like, what am I watching? Sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. I'm looking for...
This is the get good corner.
I need 3-star gauntlets. That's what I need here. That's why I'm here.
No coal reds allowed.
People ask me questions, and the teacher in me steps forward and is like, hey, let's talk about this. And I forget we're playing a game. Yeah, but I think that's a great idea, right? Like, I don't know how much the dollar amount actually is per month, like in terms of the rewards that you get. So maybe it's $50, maybe it's $20. I have no idea. I know as you tier up, you get more, you know? So it's like I could start a brand new account the day I qualify for the day they let me in, if they let me into the content creator program, and say, I'm going to put every resource that they give me into this account. And I'm just going to snowball it as hard as I can, as fast as I can, and see if I can catch, my other account before I stop playing Raid, which would be probably hard because I'm 2.5 years, almost 2.25 years into Raid on a pretty good free-to-play account. I'm not saying it was like a master class in free-to-play, but it's pretty solid. Like I'd put my account up against, some other free-to-play, like not Airbad. I mean, he's going to crush me, but I'm clearing Doom Tower hard mode. I'm one keying Ultra Nightmare Clan boss. I'm beating Brutal. I've got like a 1 key on most of the Brutal Hydra rotations, but not all of them. So it's like it's end game. But that being said, I'm not a Platinum Arena player. I don't know if there are any free-to-play Platinum Arena players there. That strikes me as pretty difficult. 3-star defense-based gauntlets. Let's take them.
Everybody keeps trying to kill my Deacon. That's rude.
Here we go. Let's get this. Do I want to remove this for 5,000? Yeah, let's remove 5. I have no silver. All right, let's get some good rolls here. Let's get a substat speed roll, please. Just one. And maybe accuracy. Speed and accuracy. Why don't we do that? That would be nice. HP is not awful. It's flat HP, but who cares? It's a 3-star piece of gear. Speed. All right, 2 speed. That matters. It does matter. It's not nothing. Especially in arena. You only have to be 1 speed faster than the enemy. Equip 4 champions with 3 3-star or higher artifact sets of level 8 or higher. Did I not do that? I just did that, didn't I? 4 champions, 3 3-stars of level 8 or higher. Oh, it's only 2 because it's a 4-star set. That's really unfortunate. Okay, so let's see. I want to make sure I do the other challenges first.
He healed.
Okay, let's try. being constantly distracted. Oh, that dragon. That dragon's hard to kill, man.
Yeah. Oh. That's rough.
That is
Well.
Yeah. Is that your first? That's where you stalled out?
Yeah, that was my first attempt.
Nice. How many progression stars do you have? You got a lot.
Oh, I didn't even think to look at those. Oh, and they keep going. Hey.
Nice.
So I made it all the way to 10-7 in one shot.
That's very nice. First and last steps complete. Get good. One-man team's good. Yep. People always ask me, Bo, how can I get good? The answer is right here, people. Watch Commandante Sun get good vile. If you want to learn, though, nowhere better than that Colruyt plays Ray Shadows. Thank you. Well, clearly, the proof is right here, right? My editor is so good that he's become the get good guy, and he only started playing yesterday.
Yeah, I'm catching up to the guy, too. Nice.
When you don't have the gear to get all the needed stats for a champion, is speed king? Prioritize speed when you can't do them all. If that is a question, I would say almost. Almost speed. Speed is king in the game. But if you can't get all the stats you need, would you prioritize speed over something else? And I would say it depends. Because one other way you could go is go defense. Like build HP, build defense, keep the champion alive longer. Because if they can't do the job perfectly, but they stay alive longer, maybe they can still get the job done like over the long haul. So like if you have a debuffer and you can't get enough accuracy onto them to land 100% of the time, actually that's kind of weird because usually accuracy is a threshold. But my point is if they're landing their debuffs, 50% of the time, if they live twice as long, they're gonna still land the same number of debuffs, Or you can go faster and try to get more turns in. That's also a viable option. And in the long run, the stat you're going to probably be looking to put on champions like who need all those other stats is going to be speed. Like you're going to try to find ways to squeeze speed onto a champ that needs accuracy or speed onto a champ who needs, defense or whatever. Like you're always going to be looking for speed. So yeah, speed is king, but you do have multiple ways you can build a champ that doesn't have enough of something.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's duplicated.
You can think about Cold Heart's a good example. Cold Heart has her Heartseeker is a max HP hit, right? So it's like if you can't get enough crit damage on her, if you can't get her to 100%, you want to try to get more speed onto her, or do you want to just try to get more survivability onto her so she gets that around more? Or like survives to use it more often? And it depends on the fight you're using her in. But a lot of times survivability for a champ like that would probably trump speed. Not entirely. Because if they're too slow, they're useless. I'm running out of silver here. After killing all those lizards, I still don't have enough silver.
What do you have?
I'm down to like 140k or something.
Oof, where's all your silver going, man?
Into these challenges. Equip 4 champions with 3. Equip 3 champions with 3. Okay. 3 and... These are all 3 sets.
I also have a ton of gear to sell.
That's one. This is also a situation where I'm only getting 2 sets here. And this is a situation where I'm getting 2 sets. I've come across this before. So this is 1. Those aren't 3 stars. Those aren't 3 stars. And this is 2. Oh, man. Okay, so this is going to be harder for me to do. I'm going to have to take a detour, I think. Let's get into the tavern and do this. I want to do this. Let's see. So how many more books do I need? 1, 2, 3. All right, let's get at least the 2 books in. I don't want to fully book her out. I think. Extra 10% damage on the nuke is nice. All right. Can't get stage 4 of the Spider Sting. Arena. I could get these done probably. 30 classic arena battles. That'd be a while. All right, I'm gonna try clan boss at some point. I gotta try clan boss at some point.
Yeah. I have no idea what to put on this chick.
On who?
Diabolus?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at her skill. I don't really care about her being a debuffer.
Well, the turn meter decrease requires accuracy.
Yeah, but I don't even have that unlocked yet, and I'm probably going to feed her before I even get to that.
Gotcha.
But so I guess speed would be good.
Yeah, speed, more speed. All right, so he is.
One attack. Sure, we're just gonna put stuff on her. That is always the plan. We're gonna make her more tanky. Sure. We're just gonna put this stuff on for now.
Oh, right. I forgot about these. I can use these. I also have these. I am going to run out of silver completely, I think. But I've got a plan for clan boss. I'm going to use this champion I never use for anything. But he has an ally protection. And that might just get me an extra turn or 2 on my starter champion. I really should go after Jamarsa, is what I should do. But in the meantime, I'm going to do this.
Excuse me.
Effective HP is more important most of the time. I had to make some of those levels.
If anybody is judging my gear picks, get good. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just putting stuff on, and I'm gonna level it up, and it's gonna make her tankier, and hopefully it works at those things.
So, Tommy has a suggestion for you, son, on how to get good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So this could be for your get good channel. He says it's a two-step process. Step 1, have a mom with a credit card. Step 2, spend money.
Or you get so good, you have so much money, you give your mom a credit card.
And then she can get good.
And then she can follow, 10 paces behind.
Oh,
on the get good scale.
No. No.
She's got to ascend by herself.
I think you should apologize then.
Who am I apologizing to?
You're apologizing to
I'm-
me at the very least.
A made-up mother?
No, yeah, I think the Get Good channel should get started.
I don't disagree.
All right, the question is, do we have enough 3-star stuff? We don't. We don't have enough 3-star stuff in anything here at this point. I could do this, but I don't have another 3-star piece. I got to start selling items, I think. This would be a helpful set. I should really get that on somebody, but I don't know who to put it.
Reason I'm even doing this.
You do that. How much would it cost to remove this? 10,000. And then it's still the piece that I just used. Yeah, I can't even do that. Okay. I should probably just put this on my starter champ with an HP set, but I have the shield set, so that's not gonna.
I agree.
I'm glad. I needed to come to consensus on that before I could move forward. All right, we're just gonna see how badly we do against the clan boss. So let me.
Oh yeah, I want to see this.
Now I think I need to put you in the. I need to put you in the upper right hand corner. Right, that's where we put me before. All right.
Put me though. Put me right on his belly.
Yeah, right. That's what I should. Okay, so this looks like the team. I mean, it's not fully built, but let's see how I can do here. This is going to be awful. Jamarsa would be a big help here, but if I can get 250k, that would be. All right, I landed the decreased defense. Let's go ahead and get the weaken down. Land the weaken. We did. Okay, dude, that's huge. Let's get the buff up for everybody. All right, burning through my shield already. I'm going to do the turn meter. We'll get the leech out next here. Let's go ahead and I guess we'll just.
Yeah, the stream is like 30 seconds behind today, if not longer. So.
Oh yeah.
I'm just now seeing your start of the fight.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that is. All right, so this is the ally protection, but nobody's injured yet. So let me go ahead and do, what's this? Counterattack. Yeah, let's get the counterattack up. That's fine. Leech out there? Nope, no leech yet. Oof. We'll get a counterattack there. I need a leech up, or it's not going to work. This is not going to work. It's going to go badly if everybody dies simultaneously.
That would be unfortunate.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Just want to keep that weaken out there. All right, the ally protect help there. It's going to give me another turn. Somewhere. Leech. Thank you. Nope, lost two champions there. That leech with the lifesteal is doing decent healing for my Athel. Let's get the weaken out there. Nah, this is going to top out at like 150k or something.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe a little higher than that, but I don't think I'm going to get 200k.
I mean, if you can get to 200, you can 3-key it.
Well, I only need to get to 170 to 3-key it. So if
well,
I can,
you know, little wiggle room.
yeah, if I can get to heal Deacon. If I can get to 180, see the difference between 180 and 250 is like, you know, not that much. It's a couple of rounds. If I had a poisoner, just a couple of poisons would be the difference. But obviously, I don't have a poisoner right now. That's doing 5,600. I kind of want to see what the leech out there. Come on, I need that leech. There's the leech. All right, the stun. Let's heal her.
Kale, lol. Yeah.
Ooh, that was very close. Heal up. Come on, heal up. No leech was out there. Now the leech is out there. Is it his stun turn? Oh, 180. Okay, so.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Maybe cutting a little bit close, but.
No, I mean I could 3 key it, but like if I invest the next 4 hours in trying to improve my account, can I get it to 250? Because then it would be the same as 3 keying. You know, like if I used 1 key now, but if I can 2 key it, I can do it faster. Like when I get to 2 keys, I can just do it. So I think what I need, honestly, is I need a healer. I need Jamarsa. Let me see. Let me check my referral program. Has anybody? Nobody's unlocked. What I could do is spend the next hour just unlocking Jamarsa and then leveling her up and do the same thing you did. And just the thing is, would that be enough? You know, the question is, would it be enough?
I mean, she made a pretty big difference for me.
Yeah, I think she did too.
I think that was probably the key that well, the poison probably helped. I think I died and it was a poison tick on his turn or something that kicked me over 500.
It was, yeah. See, the thing is, Toxic Set does drop in Dragon, so I could also just farm Dragon. Like, I could go get a Jamarsa, put her on my Dragon team, farm up Dragon, like, farm up Jamarsa while I'm doing Dragon, get maybe some speed drops or some lifesteal drops that are better than the ones I've got, maybe get some accuracy on Deacon. Like, that feels like a really good way to go. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll spend the next hour getting a Jamarsa. I wasn't going to do that on stream because it feels kind of boring for the stream, but I've got you here. So I'll just let you stream. All I'll have to do is talk. I'll just take myself, you know, I'll put myself in the corner. I could just talk for a while.
You want to make your daily appearance?
Yeah. All right. Let's see what chat has to say.
Yeah. There he is.
Tommy has a good point here. He says, that's what I try to tell people. Early on, it's much easier to go twice as fast as the enemy than it is to survive twice as many hits. And that's true. Right? Like if you're going if you're going twice as fast as the enemy, then, you know, per turn, you're taking half as many hits. But having an HP percent chest and speed is even better. Yeah, survivability is a big part of the early game. So I wish I knew YouTube Live a little bit more. I'd love to put a poll up and ask, should I go get Jamarsa? So just in chat right now, if you think I should get Jamarsa, like if I should just spend the next hour like doing self-referrals and just get Jamarsa and then drop the accounts, please tell me, yes, just say Jamarsa. Just put in yes, Jamarsa in the chat. Okay. If you don't think I should do that, if you're just like, no, we don't want to sit around and watch you flail or, you know, I'm going to, obviously Sun will be here doing his thing. But if you don't want to see that, if you're like, nah, let's just let's just see you struggle. Then go ahead and put no Jamarsa in the chat for me. It's 2-2 so far. We've got 3 yeses and 2 nos. We've got a lot of yeses.
Yeah, seeing a lot of yeses. Snow King looks like he even wants to help.
Yeah, hey, that we can do that. We can do that really quickly. If people know how to roll up referral accounts, let's do that. That could be really quick. I never even thought of that. That is a great idea. I'll just enlist the help of the stream. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to get my referral program, get my referral link. And I wonder if I can just post that right here in chat. Let's see if we can. Okay, so what I'm going to ask is if anybody knows how to do a referral account easily enough and that they can get started, all you have to do is run it up to level 10, which should take no more than maybe 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. And you can get me my Jamarsa so I can catch up to Sun, because right now he is just out of the gate and running away from me like a runaway freight train. So if you want to help out the pro catch the noob, just go ahead and make a new account. You don't have to run it past level 10. Just to help me get the Jamarsa, and then I'll reset it. If you want to run up an account and help me get all the way to 50, that would be awesome. But I'm not expecting anybody to do that. But then I don't have to do the self referral, and I don't have to like stop the stream to do that.
Times.
What's that?
Well, you don't have to do it 3 times.
Yeah. Well, this way maybe I don't have to do it at all, because then I don't have to get off the stream to do this. I don't have to stop streaming to do it.
The kind people.
That would be great. So if you are willing to do that, just pop it in the chat so I know. So if there are only like 2 people willing to do it, I'll do one myself. I'm not asking you to do my work for me. Although people did Sun's work for it. Well, you did one self referral, didn't you?
Yeah.
So it would be fair to do one self referral. So maybe I'll just go do one self referral. I'll see if I can do that, get that done. So I will start on that right now. And what does that mean for the stream? Well, let me put Sun up as the lead. I'll be in the background here, and yeah, I'll leave my referral page up so you know exactly what I'm doing. I'm trying to go get referrals here, and we'll see if it works. All right, so now I've got to do another instance of BlueStacks. So somebody was asking about this before, so I'm gonna talk you through it. The camera issue is a little bit tricky here because there's only so much I can do with the dual stream going on. So I can't necessarily show you everything visually. But basically what I'm doing is I'm using an emulator called BlueStacks. And the way I've done this in the past, which has worked, is the first thing you do is you go to the multi-instance manager and you start a fresh instance. So you can't copy an instance, you have to start a completely fresh instance. So that's what I'm doing first. Now, there are other methods for this. You don't necessarily have to do it through BlueStacks, but this is the method that I've had the most success with. So I'm just going to do this because we're on stream. There are actually faster ways, but this is, I don't know, it's like at least 50% successful, and some of the other ways are less than that. So once you download or you got your fresh instance, now you have to download your game, and that means you have to enter your Google Play account. We'll see if it actually works. Last time it was a little bit tricky. It was a little finicky. I'm actually gonna... So Boo's gonna do it, Pab's gonna do it, and I think somebody else said they would do it. Snow King's gonna do it. Yes, we are playing outside of streaming, Liam. we are not going to stream everything because we need to like stop and eat and interact with our families and walk our dogs and stretch and stuff. And so our plan today is to go until about 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit after 5. So that would be another hour and a half or so. Okay, so now if you are trying to do this, you have your new BlueStacks instance. You can go into your Play Store, and you're going to want to update the Play Store.
Oof.
So when you open the Play Store for the first time, it should auto update. You're going to have to sign in. Now you can sign in on any account, but I try to sign in on like an account I don't use that often that I haven't downloaded stuff before. It's up to you.
Hey, got him.
I try to opt out all of the stuff it's asking me to opt into. I don't want to back up this device. It will send an email to like your account that says like you've logged in from a new device. I mean, it's not a big deal. BlueStacks is safe. At least it's never caused a problem for me. I've been using it for like 3 years.
Somebody said if I would have helped if I wasn't in Sun's clan. You could, well, yeah. A fair point was made.
See ya, JB. Oh, Bo's flying along. He's doing one of the faster methods. Now I'm going to use the way to make sure it works for me, at least. I don't know if, you know, some people don't have issues with Chrome. I have tons of issues with Chrome. So I actually download Firefox. And I put Firefox into my BlueStacks, and it works better for me. I don't know why. That's always been true for me. In the meantime, it'll also update the Google Play. Oh, I just got a stun set shield, 6 stars with speed and crit rate. It is rare, but that's nice. That could go on a skull crown, maybe. Be even nicer with accuracy. I'm just waiting for the browser to download. I'm having this weird experience where I'm switching back to my main account just to, like, you know, play that a little bit to make sure I don't fall behind. And I forget I'm on my main account, and I go into the market, and I'm like, oh, look, there's all this 5-star gear, not 5-star gear, 4-star gear and stuff. You know, I'm like, there's great stuff. It's like, no. Wrong account. Wrong account. That's not.
Would be nice.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I got a 4-star, you know, shield, like speed shield with speed stats. I should pick that up. It's like, nope. No good. No good. Where am I? What? Oh. The other thing that is confusing today is I've been playing my main on Plarium and Play and my challenge account on BlueStacks, and now I've switched them today. So now I'm playing my new account on Plarium and Play. So the icons are reversed from what they were yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's messing with me.
Oh, that's not good. Extra turn. Oh. No. This guy wiped me out. All right, well, now I know what my max is there.
All right, so now I'm putting my link into the Firefox browser. Now, people may actually get me my Jamarsa before I even complete this download. Got my Raid Shadow Legends. I'm installing that.
Don't teach Sun to buy gear from the market. Yes, I do not buy gear from the market.
Sometimes when it's the right speed set or lifesteal set, it's worth it just because it increases your progression speed. But in general, the silver cost is too high. But every once in a while, you'll get like there'll be like a rare speed 4-star speed boot with speed stats or something. And you're like, okay, yeah, pick that up. Or, something. Crit rate gloves that you need. So I always check. Yeah. I always do check. But
yeah, the referral program's been a little bit funky. I know yesterday it was broken for hours at a time. When I did mine early this morning, I think it took maybe all of 2 minutes for it to recognize. But then to get rewards and stuff, even past 10 took half an hour or so. I'm supposed to be leveling champions. There we go.
All right, let's see. I'm quitting out of my main account. It's too confusing. Okay, so I downloaded the game and I am starting the new game. I can actually show that. Okay. Oh, jumped up there. All right, so now I can get started. You're in the potion keeps. How you doing?
Yeah.
How you doing in your novice tournament?
That's why I'm here. I'm pushing all of my dungeons as high as I can go. But I'm over 2,000 points in my novice tournament.
Okay, nice.
I'm trying to get number 1 spot. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so for those of you who feel like it's failed because you haven't got the trust button, yesterday that took a while and we had to get past level 10 in order for it to work. So you need to get to level 10 for Jamarsa anyway. I've done it before and it typically pops right away, but for some reason right now, maybe because there's so many new accounts, or maybe because there's just so many players playing because of the Sun Wukong thing, it's not happening. So try it. If you did the method that you think should have worked and it didn't work, it might have worked and it's just lagging behind. I mean, if you're willing, you know, I'm not going to force anybody to do it. But obviously, if you know, you're willing to just say, hey, it'll take 15 minutes to run up to 10 and I can do this with my eyes closed, then go ahead and do it. I'm going to do mine as well, and hopefully it'll work. Yeah, so I'm going to watch the text here. Elhain, I think he likes you, not for long. Okay, so I'm just looking at Kale and Elhain. I want to see their little banter, because remember, they're star-crossed lovers of a sort. Hunting orcs, yeah. And this is interesting. The Arbiter cannot bind me forever, Elf. You know, like, he's doing this against his will. Just one big family, happy family, mortal. Move along. The sooner we win, the sooner I'm free of you. So, yeah, they don't want to be together here, which is a little bit different. They are looking for an artifact, which is what they were doing in the series, but they were looking for the Arbiter's artifacts, and they found them without ever fighting the dragon, which made me disappointed. I wanted to see the dragon fight. If I can hit it just right. Okay, so Gaelic is the one who says, haha, I think I like this dragon. Well, that could have gone better. He doesn't seem too upset. Any ideas? So just so you know, I don't know if I have ever told this story before, but on my main account, Elhain was my first starter. And I picked her specifically because she got eaten by the dragon. And I was like, really? You can pick the chick that got eaten by the dragon? I'm going to do that. And yeah, and I didn't research my starter champions. I didn't know if she was any good or not. But I just decided to pick her. Let's pick her again. Like, even when I'm doing a referral, I avoid Gaelic. I should probably get over that. I've only ever run him up once, and it was not a great experience. I have since learned a little bit more about Gaelic. I could probably run him better now, but back then, I didn't know what I was doing. Snow King is at level 10. Awesome. Let's see what the referral page says. Doesn't say anything just yet. So if you're at level 10, then you've done your job, and I appreciate your efforts, and we'll see what happens. And it may update in the next 30 minutes. And if it doesn't, then what are we going to do? You know,
such is life.
Such is life, yeah. But that was fast. You were quick. I'm at level 1. You know, yesterday when I picked Athel as the starter champion, Kate said, that was a mistake. And now I'm trying to get past this mission, and I'm like, I wish I had Kale's poisons. Actually, I don't wish I had Kale's poisons. I just wish I had poison. Like, I'm tempted to go and try to pull like a whole bunch of mystery shards and see if I can find a champion that has poisons.
This chick heals 50% each round. That's kind of...
Snow King's going to keep going. Yeah, tech. I think Galix is good, and I think he's actually good in a lot of places. Completo Noob, do you use Jamarsa still later on, and if so, where? I don't really use her on my main account, which is I've only got her on 2 accounts. I think I've only ever gotten her on 2 accounts, and both accounts were advanced past the point where I would use her. I imagine that you would use her in faction crypts. She's a reviver, and you always want a reviver in your faction wars team. So you would run her up to 5-star, make her really tanky, and let her be your reviver, and that's going to allow you to 3-star everything. And it's an AoE revive, so it's a very good revive. I would never feed her. I would never feed an AoE reviver. That seems silly to me. I know some people use her as a 4-star chicken. I think that's a bad idea. It's not the worst idea. It's not like, oh my god, you just lost the game kind of idea. But I think you get more value out of her just putting her on your faction crypts team. Come on. BlueStacks is always a little bit wonky, a little bit slower. I really enjoy how like fast Plarium play is. I mean, it's even faster than my phone. I have a pretty good phone. Like, it's relatively new, at least. I don't need to do any of this. I don't know why I'm doing this. I just need to do campaign. Yeah, Liam, that's exactly what I think. Yeah. Snow King, I fed her, not gonna lie. I regret it slightly. Yeah, and you know what? Like, I get it. You know, it's easy to just really focus hard on getting that first 6-star champion and sacrificing everything to it and just figuring that it'll kind of work itself out in the wash. You know, like, you progress so fast. And that's a free 4-star chicken. Why not just use her as a 4-star chicken? Or even like level her up to 40 and turn her into a 5-star chicken. You know, like, why not? And that's a mentality like I can understand if your goal is speed, right? But if your goal is efficiency, I don't think that's the most efficient way to go. You will snowball a little bit harder, a little bit faster, but there will come a time where you're like, oh, now I'm trying to level up my faction crypts. Or now, like Sun today, right? He gets into Clan Boss, and like he said, what did you say about Jamarsa in Clan Boss?
I mean, that saved my behind.
Yeah.
Without that, I definitely wouldn't have gotten to 500k on that one key.
Right, exactly. So, you know, she has value as a champion. Plus, if you do all the referrals and you get Cronim, right, he's her duo. He's her, you know, match or whatever. So, like, you get even more value out of him if you have her and vice versa. You'll never get another one. Is that true? You can't pull her from a shard? I guess that makes sense. Kid of the Dead is in your novice tournament. All right. Yeah, apparently she's pretty good in Hydra, Tommy, and I didn't know about that. I didn't really think about that ever. But I've started to hear that just recently, like in the last, I would say 6 weeks. I've been hearing that for the first time.
Oh, Kate is in his novice tournament. Oh, you're in for a rough time, I'm pretty sure then, because
yeah, she's had an end game account. She knows what she's doing. creeping past the 3.5 hour mark. It's getting hot in my room here. It's definitely getting hot. It is. Oof. I mean, even with the AC and all the fans going, I'm definitely above probably 84, 85 degrees in here right now. Maybe not quite that much. Maybe like 80, 82.
Oof. That's not for me, man.
No, I mean, I don't mind that outside, but in my office, it's not fun. And the funny thing is, as soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm going to walk out that door and the hallway is going to be like 74 degrees.
Yeah.
I like a little warmth in the summer. I mean, I live in New England where it's, I think all the seasons are beautiful here. So I don't mind 80 degrees outside. I don't mind 85 outside. It can get really humid, which is not super fun. But I don't turn my AC really low. Son, you turn your AC really low. You live down in hell. Hell.
I lived out in hell. Yeah,
yeah, you lived out in hell.
I was about to say, you want to talk about humidity, man? Oh, I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, I keep place around like 74 these days.
That's not. It's funny because in the winter, if it was 74 degrees in my house, I'd be dying. I'd be like, this is way too hot. In the winter, I keep it at like 60.
Oh yeah, no. When it starts getting cold here, the window, everything opens up.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's below freezing. My windows and everything is open.
Let's see. All right. 109 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Oof. Snow King has been in the 90s all week. Tommy, right now I'm using her Jamarsa in my Hydra team, and combined with Reflex and Relentless, my champs nearly always have their abilities up. Yeah, that's a really good point. That passive is extremely powerful. Nah, I live in hell. Sun lives on the sun. The good thing about living on the sun is that you're not trapped there. And that's from Hellcat. So Hellcat lives in hell. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm doing this self-referral more slowly than I've ever done a self-referral. So I keep getting distracted by talking.
Ooh, level 29. Fancy. Of course, figure stage 7, the one that I thought I could beat, would be a strong affinity against me.
You're almost level 30, man. That's awesome. That's where I think does the Forge unlock at 30? I think it does, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, you're going to get access to the Forge. Got to get back into your faction crypt and start farming that place.
Yeah, well, my plan right now is do all the dungeons to the highest level that I can. And I'm probably going to hit arena for a little bit to see what's happening there. And then I'm going to hit faction crypts. I think that's the plan.
All right.
I want to get first place in my novice tournament.
Yeah, it'd be good. You get an extra shard. I'll be honest, the gems are also very useful because that could actually speed up your first purchase of masteries. So sometimes I don't go for the shard.
Well, it's a 2x event coming up, so I want it.
That's true. That is true. But here's the question. If you get your masteries, could you get additional shards more quickly?
That is a question for future, son.
I think you just want to win.
Yeah, I just want to win.
It's like you're going to win your tournament. I'm going to come in third in my tournament, and you're going to be like, "Who's the noob now, comrade?"
Yeah.
Get good.
Another victory for Team Sun. Too
bad you didn't have the substats.
Yeah. He wasn't ready for the substats.
Oh, I should have done that. Oops.
Well, I know I can't beat the next one, so let's give it a try. Uh-oh. There it goes.
Yeah, I think your referrals came through after a couple of hours, didn't they?
Yesterday, yeah, it took hours.
So we'll see.
But
Maybe,
like I said, again,
maybe they'll come
this
through.
morning when I did it, I mean, maybe because it was like 9 a.m. in the morning.
See you, Liam.
I got the trust thing pretty much immediately. Have a good one.
Bryce says 2 times or every 2 weeks you'll get the gems eventually. Shards ahead of a 2 times are more important in my opinion. From a snowball perspective, I'm not sure I agree. If those 75 gems put you over the top so you can get your masteries, let's say a few hours earlier, like 3-4 hours earlier, like the power spike that you get from that can be so snowbally for your account. Especially if like you can't play that many hours in the day. Like if you're only playing 3 hours or 4 hours a day, at the beginning of an account, you need to get as much progress out of those hours as you can. And I don't know that one ancient shard is like worth that difference. Now, it depends what the ancient shard turns into. You can say, well, I went for the ancient shard and it turned into a Duchess or a Kaimar or I don't know, a Mishinaki or whatever. You're like, yeah, but you don't know. You know what I mean? And the percentage chance of it being that, even on a 2 times event, is low. The chance of it being a useful champion is decently high. I mean, you've got a 16% chance at an epic. You got a 1% chance at a legendary. You've got some decent rares. It could be. Worst case scenario, it's an extra 3-star chicken. That's not nothing. But getting your masteries, 4 hours earlier, which means a full day earlier for some players, that strikes me as really powerful. But again, maybe you don't need 75. Maybe you only need 20 gems, and you're like, yeah, I can find those somewhere else. But it's a decent number of gems. The other thing to consider is a gem is only worth. A shard is only worth 88 gems. So you're picking up 75 gems. You don't have to convert them into shards. But if you go into the shop, where am I? I'm on the wrong account. Let's just do this. Just multi-battle this, please. I do that 5 times. Okay. So let me show you on this account. So if you come in here to the gem shop and claim that, right? If you're buying a 3-pack, it's only 90 gems. So instead of 75 gems, it's 90 gems. You do get the silver here, but you have to use the silver to open the gem. So you get a little bit of a silver bonus. That's also nice. But if you come here, right, it's not 88. It's 80. What is it? It's 82 gems, here. So you're actually like spending 82 gems here on this pack allows you to get that. So like if you're close, if you go over, you're going to get the shards eventually from those gems if you want to buy them. And I actually think buying gems. Sorry, you're going to get the shards eventually. If you buy shards, I think that's a really good use of gems early on. After the 3 most important things in my mind or 2 most important things. The first is get your first set of masteries, and the second is unlock your gem mine. And after that, I put almost all of my gems into ancient shards for like 6 months. After that point, I might use them for arena refills. I might use them for energy refills for like a fusion. I might use them for, unlocking the guardian ring. But yeah, after those first two things, the primary thing I spend gems on a free to play account is ancient shards. Okay, Snow King, thanks so much, man. We'll see. I mean, it might take a half an hour. It might end up referring. Who knows? Good night, Jyoti.
Have a good one.
Oh, it did. You hit level 15, and the trust showed up for the referral. It gave me the referral award, but still no trusting. Weird AF. Yes.
Yeah, it's being really weird.
Brian, congrats, man. You and Sun are racing it out. Is Brian in your guild? I should learn the players in my guild. I don't know who Team Sun is and who Team Colred are right now. What gear do you make in the forge? For Skull Crown? No, wait. Did you just pull Skull Crown? Let me go look at my... Okay, so even though you got the trust thing, I get more friends. I haven't yet gotten the referral. So I think it's just delayed. I just think it's delayed because there's so many new accounts going on right now. Oh, Skull Crown is your name in Discord. Okay, I got you. We got a bunch of Team Sun in here.
Team Sun, represent.
Great Dane, we got one in. He's calling it Team Red, as opposed to Team Colred. Team Red, Team Sun. That works. I like that. From time to time, people have called me Red. Most people call me Cole.
He's a red sucker.
I don't know what that means.
I have no idea either, but it had red in it, so.
Oh, why am I farming that? I shouldn't be farming the bots here. Level 8. All right, so I'm gonna take my account up to level 15. Change your username. Let's do that. And we will change our username to something really cool and like I wish this was my real name. I think that's a great name. I wish that was my main account. You see what that says?
No, what does it say?
Get good, son.
Get good. Oh, the stream is still lagging behind. Let me see what it pops up.
Yeah, there it is. Get good, son. All right. I need XP. I don't need silver and stuff. Change your avatar. Let's do that. Faceless.
I appreciate that.
Lock a champion and unlock a champion. Let's do that. Lock and lock. I'm not doing the rest of this stuff. Okay. Equip a champion with 6 artifacts. Probably should. Oh, this piece is probably better. Isn't it? Yeah, it would. Whatever. This looks good. Looks good.
Yeah, I don't think like David said, I don't think it's a specific level thing. I think it's just a time delay that's happening because maybe server load is the
Yeah.
most likely thing I could think of. I was about to say something is not right on this team, and I don't have my Jamarsa.
Oh, you know what I should do? You know what would speed this whole thing up faster?
If you got good.
No, if you're doing a referral account, use the Deliana code. You get a legendary right out of the gate, and she's an AoE damage dealer. She's going to speed up your farming so much faster than doing it this way.
Not a bad call.
Is there another second code like the Ultimate Death Knight B-Day that you can use tomorrow? There are several codes. There's a video that I put out. Actually, you can go and get all the codes. I don't have all the codes in front of me, but there are several codes that you can use. Depends where you are in the game. Some codes won't work. The UDK B-Day is the current one that's like for this month. I think it'll end at the end of the month. Usually they have a code every month. Sometimes it only lasts 3 days. Sometimes it lasts 24 hours. Sometimes it lasts all month. Hey, I got a referral. I got all 3 referrals.
Hey,
look at that.
Look at that.
All of a sudden, all 3 referrals. Snow King, Get Good, and Level 10 Bloody. Now, who are those? I know Snow King is Snow King. And then Pabs did, right? Pabs did one. And who was the third person? Bo. Was it Bo? I just want to make sure I got everybody right. Or was it Pabs? Was it Pabs? I'm going to keep going and make sure mine actually works too.
Watch yours be the only one that doesn't work.
David Grevy said, I'm bloody. Well, thank you, David. That's awesome. Bo did it as well. So maybe I'll get a bunch of more rewards too. That would be fantastic. We got like 10 people doing it. Yeah, unlocks after 3 friends reach level 50. Unfortunately, maybe what happened was it was just the first 3 people who got in because you have to get them all the way to 50 before you can unlock this next set. So it could be that. But thank you so much. And now I can go get my Jamarsa. In fact, I already have her, right? Or do I have to go into the portal and summon her? I do. I have to go in the portal and summon. That's cool looking. Oh wait, I'm still on my referral account. Okay. So my referral account's not going to go through because there are already 3 that went through. So I did all that work for nothing. There we go. Let me okay, so there she is. So thank you so much to those of you who got involved. I really do appreciate it. That was very nice of you. And now let's go ahead and summon her. And whether you attempted and failed or you attempted and succeeded, you are all equal in my eyes because doing that for another player is always a good thing. Players need to support players, and I appreciate you supporting me here. All right. So now we got a builder. The good news is I have some interesting gear I could put on her. Let's see. I have a Relentless set, which could be interesting if there's some speed. No speed, no speed. That's got decent defense on it. That has speed. That has speed. It's an attack chest plate. Ooh, speed boots. Okay. So that's a probable. Let's check if there's anything else that's... We've got an immortal set. Can we mix those two? That doesn't have speed. And that doesn't have speed. And none of those have speed. Does she need accuracy? Because that's got accuracy on both pieces. I don't think she has any debuffs, does she? Sleep debuff. And so I don't need accuracy. But survivability on her is key. So let's check this out. Let's see what this looks like. Try that on. Let's try that on. And this will give us speed substat, speed substat, speed boot. That gets her to 107 speed without even rolling anything. I like it. I like it quite a bit. That's a decent build. I've 14 accuracy I'm throwing away. Let's go ahead and equip that, and then let's roll up these boots. See if we can get to, we'll get to at least level 4. Going to HP, I don't need crit rate. They're going to give me all crit rate rolls. Yep. I mean, maybe I'll take these boots off of her at some point and put them on somebody who needs crit rate. Hey, son, how you doing up there?
I'm doing good. I'm just manually fighting a boss.
Farming Minotaur?
Yeah, just trying to go as high as I can go.
I'm going to fail down to 0 silver. HP, there we go. Okay. Now, let's go into...
Yeah. Okay.
You know what we're going to go do? We're going to go 3-star some campaign. That's what we're going to. Let's see if we can 3-star right away. Actually, you know what? I still need to get these guys up to... I'm only going to need one of them, right? No, actually, I'm running this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't need either. So yeah, let's 3-star. See if we can 3-star like this. All right. At level 1, can she survive? Looks like she can. 3 stars. This will level her up a little bit faster. I still need to level those other 2 guys just as chickens.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Of course, I tried to mute myself, and then right as it happens, it unmutes.
Tommy, I actually wouldn't get a gem mine first. I'd get Sparring Pit unlocked first. It maths out to being a better investment if you consistently use it. I've done the math on that, and I'm not sure that I agree. Because I think the difference is actually not the long run, it's the interim. Like, it's between when you do each one of them, right? So I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to run it again. The efficiency of the first Sparring Pit level is really high. The biggest issue is that you have to click every level. Right? With the gem mine, you have to click once a day. Once in 24 hours, you click it once, and it's 100% efficiency. So the Sparring Pit, you have to click every single level. So if you are, say, wasting 30% of the time, you're not clicking exactly when it comes up because you're farming a dragon tournament or something, and it waits for a half an hour. That really diminishes the overall efficiency. So at maximum efficiency, it may be better, but you will never, ever use the Sparring Pit at maximum efficiency. Nobody will. Whereas everybody can use the gem mine at maximum efficiency. You just have to log in once every 24 hours. So, it's like, you have to consider that, right? So I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to do the math again to see how I feel about it. But my guess would be if you're 50 or 60% efficient with the sparring pit, it's still really good return on investment, but it's not better than the gem mine. Okay, David, thanks for letting me know there. So it's just a time delay. You've tried to make 3 and they've all failed, Tag. I'm sorry. It may be that they didn't fail. They're just on that time delay.
Very well could be what it is.
Yeah, Deliana is raffle stomping early on. She's ridiculous. Well, you get a natural 5-star, right? That is the huge advantage to her over Deacon Armstrong, which is you just start the first day with a 5-star, which is silly. And she's a campaign farmer, so she crushes campaign. You know, she also does well in the wave content for like Spider and all the dungeons. Like she just crushes everything for the first week, so like she is by far the biggest like carry that you could get early on, right? But without she's not going to do great in arena because you need speed in arena, and she doesn't have any speed. And then you're you're doubling up on your damage dealers, so it reduces the value of your starter champion. And then eventually she gets to a point where you're like, oh, can I use her in clan boss? It's like, yeah, but she's not awesome there. So it's like you do make a lot of progress in those first few days, much faster than you would with any other of the first champions. And so if that's what you're trying to do, if you're trying to really, really speed and you have a plan and you're like, I know who I'm going to transition to and I know how I'm going to use her after that. I'm just going to move her over to campaign. She's going to be my campaign farmer. And I've got a plan for clan boss. I've got a plan for the dungeons. Or I got a plan for arena. Then you could use her and she could be very powerful. But Deke is he's unreal. Like he's a legendary. He is a legendary in an epic skin. They say that about a lot of champions, but he's actually one of the few I would say that's really true about. You've saved 120 ancient shards so far. Nice. Pull a Lego, get one free. They just had that not too long ago. I don't know when they'll do that again. The Arbiter codes do not work anymore. No, from Call of the Arbiter series, those are out. I think Trading Pit is great. Yep. Yes, Tag. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Bo, that's exactly what I'm saying. Deacon is bringing the decreased defense, the speed lead, the turn meter boost, the turn meter decrease, and the extra turn, which allows you to get his A3 and his A2 off on the same turn. Plus, he's bringing the leech on his A1. Plus, it's a 2-hitter, so it's good for Fire Knight. He's a perfect champion for what he does. Like, he doesn't do everything, but there isn't a better champion, I think, in the game who does what he does the way he does it. And that's including most legendaries. You will outscale him eventually because, like, there are legendaries who do more, or there are legendaries who do a few of those things better. But I don't know that there's another champion that has that combination in his kit. Which is why he's used in like unkillable clan boss teams. It's why he's used in arena teams into the end game. He's crazy good. Bryce says, I'm really hoping the next fusion is B tier. Me too, Bryce. I want to skip it. I mean, we're already getting another free legendary. We're getting Wukong, who wants to have to deal with a fusion that's going to be good that you have to build up. Plus, we just had Emic and we had Newt, so you're probably still working on those. Plus, you just had Artak a little while before that, and now you're getting Wukong. They've been throwing great legendaries at us like crazy for the last 3 months. You know, I'm still building my Newt. I'm still building my Emic. Like, granted, I'm playing this account now, so I'm not really over there doing that. This is one of the nice things about like a natural 4-star is just additional stats, right? Like she's level 10. She was level 10 with all level 1 gear except for her boots. And she just took like 4 hits in a row and is like, yeah, I'm fine. Just gets decent survivability stats. Uh-oh, bombs. I'm glad bombs don't carry through rounds.
I'm still just farming away.
Dude, Jamarsa is going to help my progression a lot, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that heal is just like... She's not quite Arbiter. I actually think Arbiter is like slightly better, but he's not a reviver, you know? So it's like she does bring that he doesn't. You know, but they play similar roles. And you can get her for free the first day, you know, which is just crazy good. Yeah, let's get some. Let's do this. I'm going to actually use my multi-battle so I don't forget to click the button. In 4 months,
what are you working on right now?
I'm just leveling up Jamarsa.
Oh, gotcha.
But I'm going to farm some, I'm going to hope to get like a set of 3-star speed boots with speed sat. Because that could help me on, you know, somebody else. I don't know. So I'm just farming. I'm also 3-starring some campaign levels. But Bo says, in 4 months that I'm playing, I haven't done a single event fusion shard thing. It took me in my 6th month, like before I hit the 6-month mark, before I got Scylla the Drakes, I did my first fusion. But I wasn't too far out. I got my first fusion, then I got Scylla the Drakes, and then I got an Arbiter, all within like 10 days of each other. So that was actually Tatura Rhymehide, who's a great champion, and I never 6-starred him, and I still don't have him at 6-star, despite being my first fusion. Because I got Scylla the Drakes and Arbiter back-to-back right after him, so I had to save my books, and I didn't want to 6-star him. But I would say, you know, that's okay if you haven't done it in 4 months. That's fine. Like, there's no reason to say that you have to, you know. I would say plan for, you know, if you don't have the resources for this month, you could plan for next month. There's a decent chance the October fusion could be good, you know, and then you can always wait for the Christmas fusion if you want, or save up for the Christmas fusion. The Christmas fusion is usually good. I mean, I think once we've had a bad one, but we've had 3 good ones. Actually, 2 good ones. Is this going to be the 4th Christmas fusion? I don't remember. Sacred Order has a lot of subpar epics? Oh, that are non-void. Okay, yeah, because they have great void epics. I will never be able to get Arbiter. I just can't get into gold. I'm hard stuck silver 4. My opponents every refresh get crazier. Yeah, I gotta do another arena video because you can get into gold. but it's tricky. And you're right. The opponents every refresh get crazier, but you don't want to spend gems just refreshing, your arena. You want to actually build a team that's not only going to break through to gold, but live in gold. And so, we just got to talk about how to get that on your account. Simon says Tatura is great in Hydra. Absolutely. And I do want to build Tatura. I also want to build my Calvalax. I also want to build my Elenarl. I want to build my, I don't know. I've got like a good 15 legendaries I want to build. If you start the fight, you win 99% of the time. If I don't, it's a wrap. Yeah, well, with what you're doing, you got to push, maybe you push Haikatoon 20 more speed and all of a sudden it gets easier. And that might seem really hard. It might be really hard. Maybe you have to farm Dragon a lot. And make sure you get all the, highest glyphs you can. But at some point, you're going to get a triple roll into speed on something. You're going to be like, holy cow, I just got 8 more speed, and then you're going to get another thing. You can be, oh my gosh, I just got another 5 speed. So, I mean, that's what you're hoping for. The other option is maybe you get a champion with a speed aura, an arena speed aura. Like maybe you pull the Lord Shazar or something, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, now I'm getting more free speed, right? Because I go from the 19% aura to the 32% aura or 33% aura, or whatever it is. So yeah, when you get Wukong, you'll go from 19 to 28. Unfortunately, everybody else will too. Silver to gold is harder than gold 1 to gold 5. Although there's another barrier somewhere in gold 2, like getting from I think it's like getting from gold 2 to gold 3, or maybe it's getting from gold 3 to gold 4. There's another sort of platform of obstruction there. It's not as big as getting from silver to gold, though. What are you working on, son?
You're an Iron Ice Golem guy. That's what he is.
Yeah. All right.
It's not looking too good though.
Oh, I just wasted a bunch of XP. I think this guy's maxed out. I didn't swap him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bryce. That's a good question, mister. I think you have to wait. I'm not 100% sure, but I think you have to wait. But Bryce, that happens. And I think this is a thing that I really don't like about the way Plarium handles Arena. And it would be such a simple fix, which is that when people are inactive, they start losing ranks, but they stay in Arena. So you can have somebody who is in gold 5 who just stops playing raid, and every week at the end of the week they get demoted, which means 6 weeks later, right, they're in the middle of silver and they've got a gold 5 team on defense. If you're inactive for 1 full week, you should get removed from the arena. You shouldn't be part of the fight anymore. You shouldn't get promoted down to bronze, so bronzies have to fight you and then drop out the bottom of bronze before you get removed. In fact, I don't think they do that. I think it's just at the bottom of silver you get removed. I don't think you drop into bronze. But it's they just shouldn't have that. It's if you are inactive you should have to opt into arena every week by playing an arena match. And if you don't play in an arena match in a week, you should not be part of arena. That's simple.
Let's see what my tournament is at.
Is that what it is, Simon? They get removed after 4 weeks? That's absurd. I mean, in 4 weeks you get demoted 4 times. So let's say you started being less active because you thought you were leaving the game, and you were gold 5 or platinum, you know, and you kind of like you got demoted a couple of times, and because you weren't playing that much and you didn't care that much, and then you're like, all right, you know what, I'm gonna give it up, and you're like at gold, you're in gold 2 then, and then it takes 4 weeks, you're gonna drop all the way down to silver 3 before you get removed, and you were a platinum player, you know, like it's silly. It shouldn't be that you have to be removed from the pool. It should be that you have to opt into the pool. That's all you have to change. If you just change it so that in order to be in arena, you have to play in arena each week, just 1 match, any day of the week. As long as you play, you get placed. Right? And it's like, well, where do you get placed? You get placed wherever you ended last week. That's simple. You know, and then you could be like, oh, well, then people will get rewards by not playing all week. That's the fear, right? Like, don't play all week, and then on the last day, 5 minutes before, just opt into wherever, you know, gold 5. It's like, okay, but then you had 7 days where you didn't get any arena rewards. You didn't get any medals. You didn't get any, you know, of your advanced missions done. You didn't get your daily missions done. So it's like, those are the things that are going to penalize you. You don't have to create an extra gate here. You don't need to do it. You can just go ahead and say, opt in. And that way we don't have any of these problems with these other, you know, accounts like floating down into silver. If you can tell, I'm irritated by this. I am. Like, Plarium makes some bad decisions about certain things. And like, Arena's gotten better. It used to be worse, which is crazy to me. Like, the fact that they don't do their rankings based on percentages of like wins, you know, they just do it based on like, okay, they can have 3,000 players in this one and 2,000 players here and 5,000 players. Like, that's silly. Just say the top 3% are gold 5 or higher, you know, or platinum. Just make it a percentage. And then if there are 1,500 people in that rank, great. If there are 200 people in that rank, great. You know, it's like, who cares? Just the top 3%. Uh-oh, she's going to die. Tommy, even if it has the ability, it says kill all enemies at the start of the round. Yeah. It would have to be the ability, if owned by the player Tommy dashed, kills all enemies at the start of the round. If owned by anybody else, it's complete trash. Like, if that was it, you'd probably go for it. Yeah, the 3 times speed artifact chance is tomorrow, I think, right? Well, that's the Hydra plan, right? Hydra into drop defense into Noob, right? But usually you need a second turn meter increaser. So like if you have Deacon and Hydra, that's a really good combo. You might still want an increased attack. I mean, you want an increased attack, but if you have an increased attack, like if you have Gorgorab, he's perfect, right? You have him as your speed lead. He's the increased attack. You have Deacon Armstrong as your decreased defense. And then you've got your nuker, and you have a 4th spot for somebody else. It could be a buff stripper. It could be a second nuker. It could be an AoE weakener. Like, you could drop another buff. You could even use a crowd control, right? You could do something like that. So, I mean, that's the plan. And Hydra is a fast champ. She can be fast enough for gold, at least to get into gold, to break into gold, and probably up to like gold 2 or 3. After that point, everybody runs Arbiter, and so you're giving away 11, 12 speed. Actually, you're giving away more. You're giving, what is Hydra base speed? 106 or 103? How fast is she? 104. So you're giving away like 28 or 29 speed just from that. No, that's too much. That's not right. You're giving up 18 speed. And that's a lot to overcome.
Poof.
I could tune into drop defense into Kale into Wukong. You know who I really like? Who I think is great for the arena and doesn't really get used there that much, but is Runekeeper Dazdirk. I actually think he's great. And one of the reasons I love Runekeeper Dazdirk is because I love Lord of the Rings Online, and there was a class called Runekeeper, and dwarves could be Runekeepers. And so he looks like a character from Lord of the Rings Online. And I love that, you know. So, but in addition, he's got a turn meter fill with an increased attack on it. So if you have Deacon Armstrong and you have Runekeeper Dazdirk, that's a nice combo as well. You don't need your Gorgor. Gorgorab's got a slightly faster speed aura, so that's useful. And he has an AoE revive, which is nice in other places. Sometimes it's even good in arena. But Runekeeper Dazdirk is a nice, and he's also got a cleanse and a heal. So you can use him in a clan boss team. He can cleanse your stun. So he's a good all-around champ. And he's Void Affinity, so you don't have to worry about weak hits or extra crit chances against him or whatever. Tom's like, yeah, you'd be the only one to go for that one, Tom. Be like, hey, Tommy Dashed, we made a fusion just for you. That would be interesting to see a game that did something like that, where like maybe they were like, we're building, like we're giving you a fusion, but the fusion champion isn't a champion. It's like a wild card draw at 5 champions. And so then rather than everybody getting the same champion, they all got, you know, like 20% would get different champions. And now probably there'd be one that was like the best, but then you wouldn't be flooding the market with that one champion as much, you know? Now, granted, you'd have to create 5 fusion champions or 3 or whatever, but it'd be an interesting way to do it. Son, you're being quiet today. Am I just talking too much?
No. I'm just I'm in this spider fight, and I can't tell if I'm getting my ass kicked or not. No, okay, I'm gonna win.
You got the poisons up there. You should be good. Actually, poisons do less damage to the spider, right? Do they do 50%? I think they do. They do a lot less damage to the spider. But when you get that close, usually you just need a tick, you know?
Yeah.
Are you trying to get to a particular stage, or are you just pushing for the novice tournament?
I'm just pushing for the novice tournament.
Yeah. Well, you should do well against this one because you're strong affinity. Tell you what, I've never used Jamarsa as a progression champion before, but I'm digging her.
Yeah, she's solid.
She is definitely solid. I mean, she helps me in campaign a ton too, because like when my other champions die, when my food champions die, she revives them, and then that keeps my starter champion from getting attacked. My Athold isn't attacked while the trash is up. All right, son, I'm going to put you in control here for a minute. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in 3 minutes.
Sounds good. Okay, I don't think I was going to beat that one. That was looking rough. Imagine a fusion lets you pick any past fusion that you don't own. I imagine he would find that pretty cool. So how's everybody doing? I'm watching little quarter mini me farming all day. I think I've got through like 1500 energy. Take him down. Yeah, I missed everything. All the fusions. Oof. I thought I was going to get this guy. Now, I do not think that that is the case. Maybe? Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and chalk that up to pure luck. See what happens with this guy now. Oh, I should have switched out my... What's her face? For a multi-hitter, I think. Power difference is pretty... I was stuck on this guy so long yesterday. How are my progress, mission, and challenges? I'm doing pretty good. I just need to get... crap, I forgot her name. This chick up to 40. And from there, I'll be able to continue progressing my Arbiter missions. I got into the hard mode of campaign up to level, or chapter 10, I guess we could say. Just grinding for my my novice tournament. I want to win it. There's one other guy who's really vying for the top.
How are we doing?
Doing all right, man. The Fire Knight that gave me trouble yesterday, kind of kicking his ass a little bit.
All right. Yeah, Diabolus is actually one of those champions that, like, you don't think, okay, she's going to be great in Fire Knight, because most people focus on multi-hitters. But turn meter increase, speed boost, and she's got a turn meter decrease once you ascend her. So she helps with the waves, and she helps with the Fire Knight, because the Fire Knight's turn meter can be controlled. Plus, all that extra speed ramps you up.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Apothecary would do a better job because he has like the speed increase and the turn meter fill that she does, but he also has a triple hitter on his A1, so people really like him in there. But I actually think she's a pretty good substitute. I like her in wave content in general. When I use her, I generally I put her in a stun set. She does have one AoE, and then I just build her fast.
Yeah, what is the stun set called? Is it just stun set? Because I couldn't
Yeah.
find that.
Yeah. Stun.
I might just not have any pieces.
You probably don't yet. Oh, I actually
That makes
lost.
sense.
So stun set drops from.
I will.
Yeah, I think it drops from Fire Knight, right? Yeah, it drops from Fire Knight. So you could potentially get some here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go farm Dragon. See how we do Dragon set.
Something happened for Bo, it looks like. I'll probably be pulling shards during the 2-time event this weekend, Pabs. Might as well.
So I'm stuck on the 500,000 clan boss deal. I'm not stuck. I could do it, but I want to try to do it in 2 keys instead of 3. And now that I've delayed actually, let's see, probably 4 hours. So now I really need to 2 key it, because if I was going to 3 key it, I would have done it 4 hours ago. But instead, there you go. That was a stun set piece.
Yeah.
I think so.
I was definitely paying attention to that.
Hydra normal, just by getting into the first tier, gives you rewards. 5-star epic and Lego stone skin, protection gear, and fragments for a Lego. I'm not tracking. Oh, 5-star epic and Lego stone skin and protection. Right. Yes. And Tommy's right. The champ that you get from Hydra is one of the best in the game. Like, I would put her in the top 5 probably, but if you had to, you'd say like top 8, you know? She's crazy good. And she's available to everybody, which is just the best thing about it.
Just got to get there and farm it out.
You do. And you know, when Hydra came out, I was like, I don't really dig on this boss fight. I wasn't getting into it. I knew that it wasn't so much that I didn't like the idea of it. I thought it wasn't executed all that well at first, and they've made it better since. But it really felt like just a giant RNG fest for players who had crazy good champions. And people started doing work on it and breaking down the, you know, the process and figuring out the puzzle. And so I did get into that aspect, and I was watching the videos. But as a free-to-play player, I was like, all the solutions they were coming up with, I didn't have those champions. Like, I didn't even have an Inquisitor Shamail. So it's like, you know, what was I going to do about it? So for like 2 months, I didn't even get in there. And then I didn't even, I didn't realize that Mithrala was going to be part of it, or how good she was. You know, like, that didn't really click with me. And then I was just looking around at champions and stuff, and, you know, somebody made a video on Mithrala, and I was like, oh, this champion looks really cool, you know. And then then I realized, oh, that's the Hydra champion. That's the free Hydra champion. I need to get in there. And so it took me a little while. And one of the things about it that was hard for me is that, like, it's a 1-week time frame. So sometimes you get to the end of the week and you've forgotten to use your keys, because you want to progress to the end of the week so that you have the strongest account that you can at the end of the week, and then do your, you know, Hydra stuff. So I was always waiting until the last day, and then I wouldn't have time to do it. So I missed a couple of weeks, you know. And then it took me, I don't know, it took me like 4 or 5 months to get her. And then I got her, and I was like, holy cow. She's one of my favorite champions. I use her everywhere. Maybe not everywhere. I use Cardiel. I use her almost everywhere. Yeah, Bo. I was like account level, maybe like in the 80s when I started it. But I was probably account level 80s when they released it. I would guess maybe high 70s. So I definitely had a team that could take it on right away. I just I didn't build it, and the solutions, like I said, that were being presented to me like by the content creators were not solutions I had access to. But I had some decent champions, and so I definitely could have built a team that like say, or I could have built two teams that say two keyed, the first tier or the first tier difficulty. But I just wasn't that interested. And then eventually I got into it, and now I like it a lot more. I think it's really cool. But they've tweaked it. They keep tweaking the Hydra fight, and there are more champions they've released that are good into Hydra, which is really important. Once I think Bible of the Thorn was a fusion. Once I got him, I was like, oh yeah, this is a cool champ for this fight, and that made life a little bit easier. You're getting Mithrala before you get Syl. That's nice. It is tricky understanding how the heads work. The biggest problem for me wasn't understanding how an individual head worked. It was recognizing that the head was on the board and that the skills that I understood were attached to that head because they all look the same to me. And there's very little difference. The color's not enough. They're not distinct enough for me. So I really had to play slowly, play it on manual for like 6 weeks before I felt comfortable in building a team that could just auto one key, normal or whatever. All right, come on. I need some speed gear or some lifesteal gear. 4-star, epic. Oh, this guy's maxed out. I can take him out. More wasted XP, son. I'm wasting XP again.
Dun dun dun.
Are you in a nail biting battle over there with the Fire Knight?
Yeah, it's not looking too good for this one.
Yeah, at some point you'll get a heal reduction champ you can bring in there and you'll be like, oh, that'll make life easier. Or you get a turn meter champ. Somebody was talking about Armiger early, and it's like Armiger is so good in early game. Like, I don't know that I necessarily agree, but that's your easiest turn meter champ to get. So you could build an Armiger to, 4 stars. The problem is Armiger only, like, his turn meter is based on getting a crit. So you have to build him to 100% crit rate to really be super effective. I don't think you're gonna get this one, son. You do have an AoE revive. Maybe you can get everybody back up.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I need everybody to go fast. Go before him. Nope. Yeah, that's gonna be a no-go. That's all right. I kind of figured the last one would have been the best I could do. It's worth a shot. Do champions get experience in arena?
No.
Didn't think so. Dang it. I really need...
You get experience everywhere except arena, clan boss, Hydra boss, and Doom Tower, I think. So even you get experience in faction crypts, and you get experience in all of the dungeons. So yeah, just the arenas, no arenas, and no clan boss, I guess. And Doom Tower, you don't get experience. Anywhere where your keys can be reset. Like anywhere, like you're like, oh hey, I can go into Doom Tower and like fail and then not use a key and then go again. They're not going to give you XP there. Although that's also true with faction crypts and they give you XP there, so maybe I'm just talking. Maybe I'm just talking. You have Lady Kimmy. She has block buffs, increase accuracy and speed. Yeah, she's awesome.
This chick?
No. No,
I don't know who you're
some
talking. You say a name, I don't know who you're talking
yeah,
about. Or unless you're talking about in the.
no,
Oh,
that
okay,
that's
gotcha.
Spirit Host, who's a good champion, by the way. But now Bo says I have Lady Kimmy. Well, it is 5:10. So I think we are coming towards the end of our stream. We'll keep rolling for a few minutes here.
Yeah. It's almost that time.
I've got 18 and a half minutes left on our timer. I'm not going past 5 hours. 5 hours is a long stream.
Yeah, I think we originally started. We were going to do 3 hours, and yesterday we did 4 hours.
Now we're doing 5 hours.
5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely getting the dinner time.
Yeah, I just went downstairs very briefly to refill my glass, and my dog looked at me like, "Where have you been all day?"
Mm-hmm.
Speed and crit rate. So that's actually decent. 3-star lifesteal.
These fate points things.
Yeah.
I know there's an event for them. Is that something I should be just flipping cards?
Sure, you can. It's 1,000 points per card. It's just free resources. So yeah, maybe you'll get a chicken, or you might get like an XP boost or some gems or something. If you get 3 of the same color in a row, you get a chest, which gives you extra rewards. So you're trying to get another one. There you go. Oh, no, you got the XP. But 3-day XP, which is good. $20 extra auto battles, not bad. And 100k silver, also not bad. So yeah, if your next one is also a rare or an uncommon or whatever, if it's green, then you get a chest, which gives you a little bit of extra something.
I'll take it.
Is freaking Fortis good in any content? I don't know. I don't know every champ, and that's a champ I've never had any experience with. So based on my limited knowledge, it's hard to say. Like that's the one thing as a free-to-play player. I think I said this earlier in the stream, which is like I don't have access to all of those champions. I can read their kits. I can speculate, but until you actually get them into a team composition and start experimenting, you don't know if they're. And unless everybody in the community is raving about them, then you can kind of say, yeah, okay, I assume. Ooh, toxic. If I can get a toxic set, that would be really nice. And I've never seen a video on Fortis that says like this is a champion you've got to build. So I don't know. So I need to get into the content or creator program and get on that test server.
There you go.
I'm going to quickly look at I'm going to try to find our... What am I saying? I'm going to try to find our... Yeah, what am I saying?
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Our clan applications. That's what I'm looking for. Trying to find our clan applications to see if there are any spots left and if people have signed up for today.
Yeah, there's still some spots left.
There are a few spots left. It looks like the applications have slowed down a little bit, but we got a good number overnight, didn't we? We got like 6 or 7 overnight. So potentially if we get another 6 or 7 overnight tonight, we might be really close to closing out the clans.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those spots aren't gonna last too long.
No. Yeah, so if anybody is interested in getting in the clans, all you got to do is join the Discord and then fill out an application in the Noob versus Pro section. And we will assign you to either Sun's clan or my clan. Oh, there's a speed boots with attack and crit rate. Yes, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's going to help a lot. I don't even know how to put that on yet, but that's going to help a lot. But yeah, we'll get you in a clan. And most of the players are playing new accounts. Not necessarily totally new. So we have sort of the less than 100 days bracket. And then we have the brand new bracket. And the vast majority of players are in one of those two brackets. There is like the more than 100 days. I think there's only like 2 accounts. And they're relatively new players. It looks like there are 4 accounts. Okay. Except Cooking, who was in the stream before, said it was more than 100 days, but I think rolled up a new account anyway. So I don't think that's the account. Like, even though Cooking applied with that account, I don't think they're playing that account.
Yeah, Kate did the same thing. She started a new account today.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be on par with everybody else, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Godazord. I was trying to message you in the Discord, but you do not accept messages. I was trying to get you to put in an application just for record-keeping purposes. Since you're here, now you know.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I was reading.
I was talking to Godazord in the chat. Yeah, no, I know you're already in. Just in the in our Discord, just go to the Noob versus Pro, and just still put in the clan application under the clan application section, just so that way it's on the back end in our records.
Yeah, and then in
Kind of stuck
in the application, there's a place where it says note. So just note that you're already in the clan with your name, your clan name or like your in-game name. And that way we can just, because one of the things we're trying to do is make sure that the clans are relatively even in terms of experience and like the age of the accounts and stuff like that. So we're trying to keep a record, and we're also trying to make sure that other people aren't like sneaking in. We want everybody to go through the application process just to be fair. But we're happy to have you. Tomas, the stream's probably just going until we hit the 5-hour mark. So we've got about 11 minutes left. About 5:30 our time, we're going to call it. So it'll be 12:30 to 5:30 today. Tomorrow we're probably going to be starting another half an hour later. We're probably going to push it until about 1 and go maybe 1 to 5:30 or 1 to 6, something like that. We want to make sure that people have access to the stream live if they want to watch, even if it's just for the last hour or so. And a lot of people on the East Coast here get out of work at 5 o'clock, so maybe they're watching on their train commute home, or maybe they work from home and they get done and they can start watching the end of the stream. So that's why the stream has gotten longer, and that's also why we're starting to push it a little bit. Later, just to hit kind of hit a sweet spot during the day for more people to be able to watch.
Yeah, after that though, dinner time, dog walking time.
All right, completer. Have a good one.
Peace out.
You're level 48 after 44 days, and you're getting jealous of Sonny. He's on pace to lap you. He is cruising. He is cruising.
I've been putting in some work, putting in some hours.
Yeah, and normally, you know, I can outgrind most players, but every time I start talking to the stream, he's over there grinding. I'm falling further and further behind. I think tomorrow's stream.
I'm talking to the stream too, you know.
A little bit.
I remember to click the button.
Yeah, a
I
little
like
bit.
clicking the button. That's all.
Tomorrow we're putting you front and center. I'm gonna be in the background clicking like a madman. I'm gonna be in the background clicking like a madman, just catching up to you. No, this is okay. I got a couple of handicaps. That's all right. I don't mind. And to be clear, like, Sun is a good, like, player, like, in terms of the mentality of it, right? Like, he's got the right mentality. He's done some research. He's experimenting. He's figuring stuff out. Like, he's the kind of guy who gets into these games, which I knew, which is why I, wanted him to come play. But so he's also, had 2 months of watching a lot of my videos. So he's got some, facts rattling around in his brain that when he sees them on the screen, now he's like, oh, now I know what you were talking about. So,
yeah.
Have you had a lot of those experiences today or, in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, I think right before I went to bed, I was playing a little bit. I'm like, I gotta just get one more level on this guy. And then I got the Diabolus, and I'm like, didn't I hear that name like a month and a half ago in a video somewhere? And like, that's why I asked you about it today.
Yeah.
With Bob stream, I'm like, didn't you just say Diabolus? Wasn't that a thing? So yeah, I'm having a lot of those moments where I'm
the dots are starting
just
to connect.
randomly, just randomly. There's something is happening. I'm like, oh, that's a thing that I've seen before, or I heard something about.
So yeah, as much as like we'd like to build this as like, pro versus noob, he's not quite the same as a player who just picked the game up for the first time and didn't know anything about it. Another speed substat. That's good. Although it's different than, hearing it on a video and not being able to implement it and then all of a sudden see it. But
yeah, no, I'm definitely still lost half the time, but I continue to fill and click the buttons, and I've got the substats, man. Don't you forget it.
So what were you saying earlier? It's a two-step process.
I appreciate it. It's a what 2-step process?
Yeah.
No, I said he got the first and the last step. Get good.
Right. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. First
the
step and the last
process
step.
was something about a card or credit card or something. Somebody was talking about.
Sun knows the substats, right? He's got the substats.
Thank you. Yep, we got a sword.
Oh boy. I'm getting some decent drops here in Dragon. I'm excited that I came in here. I'm getting some XP. I still need to build Jamarsa up. You know what I should do? I really should. I should focus on getting my Jamarsa to 40 so I can go into the clan boss and show everybody. Maybe I'll extend the stream just a little bit. Maybe that's what I got to do. I just got to get her to 40 and then go try the clan boss again. All I need to do is get to 250k. If I can pass that threshold, I might be able to do that. With a little bit of silver, I can build her up. Let's see what that's looking like right now. Okay. Oh.
Faction War Secrets tomorrow. I think he's gonna want to do a video on it. We'll see.
Yeah, I might show it off a little bit. I might preview it just a little bit.
So
In fact, let me go look. Let me go
more tease.
Who opens tomorrow? Lizardman. Dwarves. I don't think we have any dwarves, do we? Oh. No, I don't have. But yeah, we'll show that. We'll show a little bit. We'll preview the Faction Wars thing. It's really, it's really good. It takes a couple of days to get rolling. Like it's not going to be at full speed for a while. You can start it right away and it works right away, but it gets more powerful once you get like once you get your first 60 and you can farm 12-3 brutal, or if you can farm that at 50, then it really catches on, because it's all about how you use your your food champions. But it's very efficient and it's very cool and it's powerful. Or level 30 champions or higher. I have one.
Am I really gonna lose this stage for the first time?
Sometimes that happens.
Something weird happened.
Sometimes it's just a combination of crits. You get crit too many times and fall apart. And yeah, you've gotten some good drops. You got the Spirit Host right away, which is really good. She's also a fusion champ. But you can run her up to 4 stars. Or no, do you fuse her at 3 stars? You might fuse her at 3 stars. I think she might go into, not Relic Keeper. Who's the guy? Justiciar. I think she goes into Justiciar. So does Diabolist, by the way. So you've got 2 of those champions.
So I should not feed this chick.
No, I wouldn't feed her. You'd have to go farm another one of her, and it usually takes like an average of something like 50 runs to get. No, it's more. I think at hard it's like 68 runs, 67 runs, something like that. Okay, so that should have completed this. Nice. Oh, I picked home. I have to go after that. Okay. So let's see. Jamarsa's at 25. If I use these 5 champions, will that be enough? That's the question.
Most certainly. Tommy says, if Sun calls you when he meant to call someone else, he didn't call the wrong number. You just have the wrong substats. That feels almost like one of those Chuck Norris kind of isms. Yeah. It wasn't Sun, it was you. It was your fault.
You should apologize to him for having the wrong phone number. Yeah. Oh, Snow King's going. All right. He's up to level 20 already. Man, he's cruising. He has caught up to me. Let's see.
You're not level 20, are you?
No, I'm 25, but
when
he started his account, I was like level 23. So
well, yeah.
Yeah, let's just see if we can, maybe we'll push this. Just push this. We'll do this. Let's see if that's enough. That should be enough. Should be plenty. It should get us all the way through to brutal. Not to brutal. What am I talking about? Through 12.
Yeah, and then you can farm it 100 times like I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind myself a second damage dealer, like a poisoner. Man, that's the thing I was thinking about. Is like if I could just get a toxic set, it would make Clan Boss so much better. But who would I put it on? Is the question. I mean, the best champion to have the toxic set on would be Athel, which, you know, she's got the most, like, she's fast, she's got the most hits. But I can't take her out of lifesteal. If I could get a multi-hitter, I'd monitor. He's got an ally protection. He's got an ally protection for one ally. That's why it's not as bad. I was looking at that. I was like, he's got a 2-turn ally protection on a 2-turn cooldown. I'm like, that is super strong. How is this an uncommon? I was like, oh, it's just one ally, not the whole team. It's like, if that was the whole team, everybody would build this guy. That'd be like the strongest uncommon in the game. That's true. That's true. You just you get account XP from running campaign more than anything else. Just level up food and farm your campaign XP. I got 3 sources of healing on this Athel right now. I got lifesteal, leech, and heals from Jamarsa.
That's not too shabby.
Ooh, I got some 4-star cruel. That's no good. That's not awful. Crit rate, crit damage, and defense. Attack percentage, yeah. I could put that on somebody. Maybe. Maybe.
Almost to level 40. Only 10 more of these to go.
By the way, your auto battles do reset every day, so I usually try somewhere, you know, before the end of the reset to find a place to use my auto battles, just, you know, to get them done for the day. And
oh yeah.
Also leave your like auto battle refills in your inbox until you need them, because otherwise they use this is another thing, like clearing makes you use those first. So you can't use your free refills every day. You have to use the extras first. And when they told us about them, like when they added them to the game, they were like, don't worry, you won't use your daily refills. You'll use the extra ones first. It was like, it was a good thing for us. It's like, no. It's better the other way around.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Like, it's so much better the other way.
Yeah, no, I'm saving my my autos for right after the stream ends. I'm gonna go cook some dinner, so I'll just put everything on auto.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll use my last autos on Dragon's Lair. Just see if I can actually get a couple of more lifesteal pieces or speed. Yeah.
Bandit makes his final appearance.
I don't think I'm going to get to the clan boss during the stream. We passed the 5-hour mark. I don't think I can extend it that far. I think what I'll have to do is I'll just have to record it as a video. Right? I'll just record it as a video. We'll put it out in the update tomorrow.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. All right, so what do we have to let the people know about? Hey, Bandit. So we're streaming again tomorrow.
Yep.
We'll probably be doing again a 4 to 5 hour stream starting at probably about 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. There are still a few places left in the clans. So if anybody watching is interested in joining the clans, you just have to join our Discord, fill out an application, and we will get you squared away. There are only a few spots left. I think there's like 5 spots left in each guild, something like that, 6 maybe.
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah. And we'll be doing this all week. We'll be doing this all week. And we'll see if I can maybe catch up to it by tomorrow. I don't think I will. I think you're so far ahead at this point. It's almost like talk about getting lapped. I feel like I've been getting lapped here.
It's not impossible.
But I want to give a shout out to everybody who helped me get the Jamarsa, whether or not it was your account who actually completed the referral or not. That was really great. And yeah, thanks for that. And hopefully that will help me get past this clan boss mission in an hour or so. All right. I think that's it for us.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and call it there. We'll be back tomorrow.
All right.
And we'll probably be in the Discord too. So
yeah. And we may be hanging out in the Discord tonight. So if you have any questions about anything that you saw on the stream, or if you just have any questions in general, definitely consider joining us in the Discord. Or if you're already a member of the Discord, use the channels. We have a suggestion box. We have suggestions for videos, like video suggestion channel. We have advice on every possible type of roster. So, whether you're looking for an arena team or a clan boss team or, Fire Knight team or whatever. So yeah, the Discord community is growing quickly and it's been really fun over there. So come join us. And I guess that's it. Yeah. We will see you all tomorrow. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah.
Have a good one, everybody.
We'll see you in another video tomorrow.